Chapter 152. Canon. Mister, according to what you said, you should have heard many famous songs. Why don't you let us have a look? Zhang Yixiao shouted. That's right. You said that Lu Zhu's song is barely audible, then you should play something that isn't. If you don't, then you're creating something out of nothing. The crowd said with dissatisfaction. At this moment, the OP was also looking at Lin Ling's private room with anticipation. She also hoped that this gentleman would be able to broaden her horizons. Lin Ling's private room fell silent. Lin Aofeng and the others looked at Lin Ling. Keep bragging. Now that your bragging has been exposed, what will you do? Lin Aofeng and the others felt a headache coming on. Was it possible for Lin Ling to play a better song than the OP? Lin Ling, on the other hand, was somewhat helpless. It wasn't that he didn't know how to play music. On the contrary, when he was studying, he had played many songs, but the problem was that he didn't have an instrument. At that time, there were not many people who knew how to play the zither. Most people played the piano or the guitar. But how could there be a piano in this place? The piano is even more complicated. Even I can barely play a song. The guitar is even simpler. It looks like I have to make my own guitar. Lin Ling mused. Good. After that, Lin Ling nodded and walked out of the private room. He walked towards the curtain step by step. At this moment, everyone saw the person who spoke. They were all surprised. They didn't expect it to be this young man. The owner's eyes also lit up. This mister was even younger than she had imagined. I can't play the zither. Lin Ling came to the front of the curtain and said. His words made the house master stunned. He did not know how to play the guzheng, but he said that his song was barely audible. Could it be that he was deliberately mystifying things? But I can use other instruments instead. Lin Ling continued. Then, he looked around and saw a table made of rosewood. He stretched out his right hand and blue flames wrapped around the rosewood. Then, it started burning. He wanted to make a guitar out of this rosewood. If it was in the past, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to do it. But after coming to this world, he had rich experience in martial arts. His ability to control fire had reached perfection. Using fire to create the outline of a wooden guitar wasn't difficult at all. Have you got a sword? After the guitars were assembled, Lin Ling looked at the curtain and said. Yes. The house master pondered for a moment before standing up. She pulled out a sword and handed it out of the curtain. She was also curious. What was this young man doing? Her hand was as white as jade. When it passed through the curtain, Lin Ling was stunned. He didn't think that the tower master would be so young. However, Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. After receiving the sword, the 9 nether heavenly flames burned the sword, turning it into a lump of black molten iron. After that, Lin Ling waved his hands and pulled out strings from the black molten iron as if he was peeling silk from a cocoon. Then, he slowly attached them to the wooden guitar. A moment later, a wooden guitar made of rosewood appeared. Everyone looked at the wooden guitar without blinking. That instrument was too strange. It looked like a big gourd and a big shovel. Could such an instrument be played? Little friend, I, Guan Pingyun, have been immersed in music all my life. But this instrument of yours is something I've never seen before. Can you play it? Everyone laughed mockingly. The house master also looked at the wooden guitar curiously. In all fairness, she didn't think that such a strange instrument could be played. Because there were too few strings, even fewer than the zither. Ignorant and inexperienced, a frog at the bottom of a well. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He found a chair and sat down. Holding the guitar, he carefully thought about what song to play. Muji, he had studied for many years and could play many songs. At that time, his skills were naturally very ordinary. However, that might not be the case here. In this world, martial arts were revered. In terms of music, there were very few people who could play it. Canon. Although canon sounds good when played on a piano, it can also be played with a wooden guitar. The most important thing is that the song is good. Lin Ling nodded. His left hand pressed the chords, and his right hand gently played. Ding! An ancient sound rang out. It had the classical flavor of a guitar, like a high mountain flowing water, like a gurgling brook. The entire third floor, at this moment, was dead silent. That big gourd-like instrument could be played, and the sound quality was not much worse than the zither. Everyone was surprised. Even the house master was shocked with her mouth wide open. However, this was just the beginning. Canon was a world-famous song that had been passed down for hundreds of years. Naturally, it had its own reasons. This song had a romantic and beautiful melody, which had conquered many people. Now, it appeared for the first time in this world. Suddenly, everyone on the third floor heard the beauty of this song. Time quietly passed in the beautiful melody. Until Lin Ling finished playing, many people had not yet responded. They were still immersed in the beauty of the song. The melody of canon was indeed very beautiful. It was rare in this world. However, when Lin Ling played, he used his soul force to play, causing this song to be like a tiger that had grown wings, giving rise to an indescribable mood. Even Lin Ling was secretly shocked. He did not expect that using soul force to play would have such an effect. Little sir, the beauty of this song can only be found in the heavens. Little sir is a talent. Meng Yun was rude earlier. At this moment, the house master's voice rang out. Lin Ling blushed with shame. He had only pirated canon. In reality, in the previous world, there were many people who played canon with a better mood than him. Alas, it could only be said that the music of this world was indeed too horrible to look at. Not at all. I only heard this song by chance. That's why I know it. This song was not created by me. I don't deserve to be called sir. Lin Ling said modestly. He had only played it on a whim. His goal was to win the house master's drinking wager. Sir is too modest. However, with sir's talent, you should not have come for the drinking wager. You should have come to meet friends through music and find people of the same path. Meng Yun is not talented, but I am willing to pursue the Tao of sound with sir. The house master said respectfully. It could be seen that she admired Lin Ling very much. Lin Ling. In reality, he had indeed come for the drinking wager. As for pursuing the Tao of sound together, his talent in this aspect was actually very ordinary. When the people around heard the house master's words, they were all envious. They knew that the drinking wager this time belonged to that young man. However, they did not pursue music. They only knew that Lin Ling's canon was not bad, but they did not know the essence of it. Therefore, when they heard the house master call that young man sir, they were all jealous. That young man was at most 16 or 17 years old. What qualifications did he have to call her sir? Sir, please follow me. Sir. The house master said politely to Lin Ling. Lin Ling understood. He knew that he had completed the drinking wager and could now obtain a condition from the house master. Lin Alfeng, you all come together. Lin Ling shouted. He did not know where to go. He did not want to leave Lin Alfeng and the others behind. When Lin Alfeng and the others walked out of the private room, they all stared at Lin Ling as if they were looking at a monster. Obviously, they did not expect that Lin Ling would actually succeed in bragging. This guy seemed to be omnipotent. Chapter 153. The Mysterious OP. Tower Master, you flatter me. My purpose in coming here is actually because of Tower Master's conditions. I am not as virtuous as Tower Master thinks. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then said bluntly. Oh. The floor master nodded his head in disappointment, but he quickly forgot about it. He smiled and said, Little sir has also completed the drinking game. I wonder if there are any conditions for dream clouds to complete. When she said this, her beautiful face also blushed. If Lin Ling raised some excessive conditions, she would really be in trouble. However, Lin Ling was obviously not interested in her. He smiled and said, "Do you have 5 sea-rending mysterious dragon whale souls? Sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale soul?" The house master was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Please wait a moment. Little Bamboo, go and see if there are 5 sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale souls." A female servant walked over. She was about 17 years old and was wearing a green suit. Her cultivation was not weak. She was actually a 4-star martial spirit realm. It could be seen that the house master's identity was indeed extraordinary. Tower Master, although the sea-cracking profound dragon whale soul isn't precious, it's a bit difficult to find 5 in a short period of time. Currently, there's only 1. The servant girl took out an account book and checked it for a moment before speaking. "Little sir, I'm sorry, but there's only 1 for now. If little sir needs it, I'll have someone collect it as soon as possible," the house master said. Lin Ling was inwardly shocked. That maid had said that the sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale soul wasn't valuable, but in reality, this kind of beast core was priceless. Moreover, in the eyes of the tower master, to be able to collect such a rare beast core, this tower master's influence was really not small. "Thank you. I can also use spiritual crystals to buy these sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale souls." Lin Ling didn't want to take advantage of the other party. The house master laughed. Her laughter was like a silver bell. "Little mister, it's just the sea-splitting mysterious dragon's whale soul. If I can hear little mister's song again, even if it's 100 pieces, 1,000 pieces, it would be worth it. Little sir, please wait here for a moment. I've already sent someone to retrieve the sea-cracking profound dragon's whale soul." Lin Ling was speechless. She didn't expect that a pirated version of canon could be exchanged for so much. "Little sir, I saw that you had offended the racing gang. Those people kill people like flax. I'm afraid that if little sir leaves the Jushin Tower, they won't let it go. How about I take care of them for sir?" It could be seen that she really respected Lin Ling racing gang. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, then he shook his head. "No, it's just a small gang. Little Mr. Little Mr. You. The Tower Master. Mr. Studio. Of Mr. Master. Lin Studio." Although he wasn't afraid of the racing horse gang, the other party had a lot of people. If they used the human wave tactic, it would be quite troublesome. Since they had more people, then he would let Lin Aofeng and the others go back to the ancient clan to move people. "Very well, there is a passage here that leads to the outside world. Earlier, I wanted to let you leave through here, but seeing how confident you were, I didn't mention it." The tower master nodded. Lin Aofeng and the others heard their conversation. They greeted Lin Aofeng and left through a passage on the 4th floor. They went back to the Fire Ancient clan to find help. "Little mister, there's no one here. Mister, can you play another song?" Only the 2 of them were left in the hall. The tower master's beautiful eyes showed a hint of longing. Actually, this was her goal. She wanted to hear some better songs. "Sure." Lin Ling Little Mr. Master was very generous. He asked someone to bring him a wooden guitar. After thinking for a while, he played To Alice, playing a few songs in exchange for the priceless sea-splitting mysterious dragon whale soul. This seemed to be a good deal. While Lin Ling Little Mr. Master was playing, more and more martial artists gathered in front of the Immortal Gathering Tower. These martial artists were wearing green clothes with the word horse embroidered on their chests. They were the racing gang. The racing gang is doing something. This street is closed. Everyone else, get lost. Hearing that, the people on the street started to talk. The racing gang is so overbearing. Who offended them? Be careful. Be careful. The racing gang is a big gang with 3,000 people. And they have the ancient Zhang family behind them. Ordinary people can't afford to offend them. That guy who offended the racing horse gang is in for a treat. Under the immortal gathering tower, Lu Maishan sat with a big smile. Next to him was a table with fragrant tea. He smiled and drank, waiting quietly. You dare to steal my room. Today, I don't care if you're the heavenly king or the king of hell. I'll make you regret being born. He was waiting for Lin Ling, little Mr. Master. 3,000 people surrounded the whole street. Unless Lin Ling, little Mr. Master, never left the immortal gathering tower, he could not escape death. He guessed that Lin Ling, little Mr. Master, must be hiding in the immortal gathering tower. In the tea houses on both sides of the street, many people were watching a good show. Among them was Zhang Yixiao from the ancient Zhang family. At the same time, the geniuses of the ancient Dead Tree clan were also watching a good show. That arrogant young man had offended them, but they did not need to do anything. The racing gang alone was enough to make that young man regret his life. Everyone was waiting. However, in the immortal gathering tower, Lin Ling, little Mr. Master, did not know. Even if he knew, he would not care. He was still playing the guitar. That beautiful song floated in the building, making the owner immersed in it and unable to extricate herself. Song. She had heard 3,000 songs, but the song Lin Ling, little Mr. Master played was a beautiful song that she had never heard before. Little Mr. Meng Yun wants to be your disciple. At the end of the song, Yu Man Yun stepped lightly and bowed to Lin Ling, little Mr. Master, giving people the feeling that she was a lady from a noble family. Lin Ling, little Mr. Master, continued to sweat. How could he be qualified to be her master with his mediocre skills? Even if she did not become his disciple, it would be easy for him to teach Yu Man Yun those songs. Mister, do you accept Meng Yun as your disciple? Yes. I'm not a disciple. I'm just a classmate. Yes. Classmate? Classmate? It means that we are like-minded. In short, when I have time, I will play some songs that you have never heard of before for you. Lin Ling, little Mr. Master, replied with a smile. The impression that Yu Man Yun gave him was that she was a lady from a noble family. She was knowledgeable and reasonable, like a talented girl. It was a pity that Yu Man Yun had been wearing a veil, so he could not see her true appearance. However, he guessed that she should not be too bad. The two of them chatted for a while. Not long after, a maid delivered the sea-cracking mysterious dragon's whale soul. Although there was only one for the time being, Lin Ling, little Mr. Master, was very happy. After putting away the sea-cracking mysterious dragon's whale soul, Lin Ling, little Mr. Master, left. Yu Man Yun was a little reluctant. It was not that she liked Lin Ling, little Mr. Master, but she was reluctant to part with Lin Ling, little Mr. Master's songs. She thought in her heart, this young man is so young, but he has heard more songs than me. What is his background? Little Mister, below the immortal gathering tower, I'm afraid that the racing gang members have surrounded the entire street. Why don't you let Meng Yun deal with them for you? Meng Yun. Seeing Lin Ling, little Mr. Master, stand up, Yu Man Yun said softly. Lin Ling, little Mr. Master, shook his head. There is no need to trouble the tower master with such a small matter. A mere racing gang is nothing in my eyes. Meng Yun. Yu Man Yun, little Mr. Master, was stunned. She was clear about the racing gang's background. Although it was not a huge organization, it was tied to the ancient clan's Zhang family because of interests. It could be considered as a core force of the ancient clan's Zhang family. Chapter 154. Blood stained the blade. His surname is Lin, so he should be a descendant of the Fire Ancient clan. However, the Fire Ancient clan's prodigy is Lin Ling. Unless something happens to him, the Fire Ancient clan will probably ignore this matter. Yu Man Yun was curious. She then watched as Lin Ling left the 4th floor. Little Ju, Little Yen, Little Zhu, keep an eye on Little Mister. If he can't handle it, you guys can take action. Yes. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. On the street, the racing gang's 3,000 men were getting impatient. Gang leader, why don't we go to the Immortal Gathering Tower and ask for him? If we restrain ourselves, the tower master won't make things difficult for us. One of the underlings said. No. No. Lu Moshan refused immediately. Even the ancestors of the 8 ancient clans dared to provoke the tower master of the Immortal Gathering Tower. This was an ironclad rule. Lu Moshan wasn't confident that he could match the ancestors of the ancient clans. Wait slowly. If he doesn't come out, we'll wait for a day. If he doesn't come out, we'll wait for a month. Lu Moshan issued a death order. This meant that he had to settle the score with Lin Ling. The racing gang didn't leave. The others who were watching the show didn't leave either. They waited quietly. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly walked down the stairs in the Immortal Gathering Tower. Many of the diners in the tower looked at him. They knew that the racing gang's 3,000 men were waiting outside for this young man. However, this young man was courageous enough. He was still so calm in the face of danger. Hey, do you want a drink? I'll treat you to a drink. Will you do me the honor? Yes. When Lin Ling reached the second floor, a calm voice sounded. Lin Ling turned around. It was the prodigy of the Witheredwood ancient clan. However, he was treating him to a drink. What did this mean? One had to know that not long ago, he had taught the Witheredwood ancient clan a lesson. No. No. Lin Ling didn't think too much and shook his head. It's the last drink of your life. What a waste. Maybe you won't be able to drink in the future. The prodigy of the Witheredwood ancient clan said to himself with a smile. He invited Lin Ling to drink. Naturally, it wasn't to curry favor with him, but to gloat over his misfortune. Because the members of the racing horse gang were gathered outside, the young man would not be able to escape. If he treated the young man to a drink, wouldn't that be the last drink of the young man's life? In fact, he even wanted to use the opportunity of drinking to teach him a lesson from above. Of course, although the young man refused, it didn't stop him from enjoying the show. As for why he did not make a move, he was a prodigy of his generation. Was there a need for him to make a move? Is that so? Lin Ling pondered for a moment and guessed what that generation's heavens chosen meant. He smiled and said, but if I, Lin Ling, want to drink, I can drink at any time. How about this? Next time we meet, I'll treat you to a drink. If there's a next time, I'll drink your wine. But perhaps there won't be a next time. That generation's heavens chosen shrugged. Lin Ling sneered. He didn't say anything else and slowly walked down the first floor. Before long, his figure appeared at the entrance of the Immortal Assembling Tower. As soon as he appeared, the whole street was in an uproar. Those who were drinking stopped drinking, those who were chatting stopped chatting, and those who were playing Pai Gao stopped playing. All eyes were on Lin Ling. They had waited for an entire morning. Finally, it was time. Let the show begin. In the tea houses on both sides of the street, people were looking forward to it. That young man didn't know the rules. First, he came to the Immortal Assembling Tower to teach the members of the Deadwood Ancient clan a lesson. Then, he stole the racing horse gang's box and finally won the drinking game. If this young man had a reputation, no one would dare to disobey him. However, this young man had no reputation. In the outer city, no one knew him. Good patience. You made me wait for so long. Are you ready to die? Bang! Lu Moshan threw the teacup in his hand, stood up, and said fiercely, "Boys, take your weapons. Today, blood will dye the blade. Blood will dye the blade." The whole street, more than 3,000 people shouted in unison. Their voices were deafening. In the tea houses on both sides of the street, the people from the various factions were relieved. After waiting for so long, the show was finally about to begin. They were looking forward to seeing how this young man from the Fire Ancient clan would face it. Let the ancient clans help. However, the possibility of that was very small. The Fire Ancient clan wasn't stupid. That young man was just an ordinary disciple. How could it be possible for the entire clan to move out for an ordinary disciple? If every disciple encountered such a situation and the entire clan came out to help, then what was the clan doing? Protecting the younger generation of the clan every day was enough to keep them busy. Therefore, when encountering such a situation, as long as it didn't affect the ancient clans, most of them couldn't be bothered. If there was anyone to blame, then blame that disciple for being arrogant and offending the wrong person. Such examples were not uncommon in other ancient clans. Racing Horse Gang, a subordinate faction of the ancient clan's Zhang clan. This time, all 3,000 of them came out. You're really giving me face. However, since you're here, then stay. Facing the crowd, Lin Ling's expression was calm as he spoke. His words caused the entire street to fall silent. Death was at hand, yet this young man still dared to speak such words. One had to admit that he was either excessively ignorant or extremely arrogant. You alone want all 3,000 of us to stay? The Fire Ancient clan has declined. The younger generation can't see reality clearly. Lu Ma-san laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in his life. No matter what tricks you're playing, today, your blade will be stained with blood. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ma-san stomped his foot and pounced towards Lin Ling. Blood stained the blade. This was the battle that made the Racing Horse Gang famous in Cloud Sea City. In that battle, the Racing Horse Gang and the Iron Crocodile Gang fought for territory for 3 days and 3 nights. The entire pier was stained with blood. In the end, the Racing Horse Gang won. Every single person who walked out of the pier had their blades stained with blood. Blood stained the blade. These 4 terrifying names came from that time. As the gang leader, Lu Ma-san's strength was tyrannical. He had reached the 3-star martial spirit realm and was known for his ruthlessness. In a one-on-one battle, unless the opponent's realm was higher than his, they would be scared off by his ruthlessness. As for Lin Ling, his strength was only at the 2-star martial spirit realm. This realm was lower than Lu Ma-san's, and coupled with his young age, how could he resist Lu Ma-san's baleful aura? Blood stained the blade? Today, I will burn the Racing Horse Gang. Seeing Lu Ma-san pouncing towards him, Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. He pulled out his right hand and the Brilliance Resurgence sword appeared behind him. On the sword, a cluster of blue flames rose, burning more and more fiercely. He held the sword in his hand and pounced towards Lu Ma-san. At this moment, everyone could only see the blue flames exploding. They couldn't see Lin Ling's figure clearly. It felt as if a blue flame shot out from the entrance of the Immortal Gathering Tower. It was extremely gorgeous. What speed! Lu Ma-san was shocked. What he saw was different. He could only see a flame shooting towards him like a dance of fire, but the young man had already disappeared without a trace. 10,000 galloping horses. At this critical moment, Lu Ma-san wasn't someone to be trifled with. He clapped his hands and the spiritual energy in his body surged. In front of him, a steed condensed from water appeared. Then, as if he was pushing the sea, he clapped his hands. Bang bang bang. Chapter 155. Extortion of 3,000 spiritual crystals. Ancient races Zhang clan, the 3rd generation of the water arts, Lu Ma-san, deeply doted on by the Zhang clan's old ancestor. Looking at the martial arts, some martial artists were secretly envious. Lu Ma-san also had a water attribute spirit body. Although his grade wasn't high, he had helped the ancient race's Zhang family time and time again. Therefore, he had obtained the Zhang family's absolute arts. In fact, this was the first time the ancient race's Zhang family had imparted their family's martial arts to an outsider. From this, it could be seen how much the Zhang clan's patriarch valued Lu Ma-san. In fact, in addition to delivering goods for the Zhang family, Lu Ma-san was also the Zhang family's secret thug. Some dirty things, such as robbing the resources of a certain village, were all done by the racing gang. In short, Lu Moshan had been nurtured by the Zhang family of the ancient race. He was very strong. Yet that young man actually dared to meet him head-on. This was simply courting death. Bang bang bang. However, what happened next was completely unexpected. On the streets, one could only see tens of thousands of horses galloping. However, it was unknown what these spiritual chi attacks encountered, but they all exploded like firecrackers. As for blue flames, they floated everywhere. It seemed that the ancient race's Zhang family's third-generation water technique had been broken. That was a third-generation water art, the ultimate technique of the Zhang family of the ancient race. To think that it would be broken by a nameless youth. How was this possible? Lu Masan was also in disbelief as he stared blankly in front of him. His level was higher than the boy's, and he even had the third-generation mystic fourth-level water technique, but he still couldn't kill the boy. Just how strong was the boy? Whoosh! At this moment, fire danced dazzling sun. The blue flames were like the sun in the sky, gorgeous. Swish! Swish! 5 slash marks appeared on Lu Mashan's body. It was as if some ghostly slash had pierced through his body, causing him to stand there in a daze. Moments later, Lin Ling appeared behind Lu Mashan, holding his sword of brilliance resurgence with an indifferent expression. Third-generation water technique? It seemed that the Zhang family of the ancient race was about to decline. You! Lu Mashan shouted. Just as he was about to say something, a terrifying force erupted from his body. It was as if 5 bombs had been buried in his body. The bombs exploded at this moment. Boom! Boom! After 5 consecutive explosions, the blue flames exploded. Lu Mashan was sent flying as if he had been struck by lightning. When he landed on the ground, the blue flames were still burning on his body. Third-generation flame technique. Seeing this, Zhang Yixiao's expression changed slightly. The martial arts used by the youth were very powerful. Furthermore, it was an extreme fire attribute martial arts. Only the third generation of the Fire Ancient clan had such power. However, among the disciples of the Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ming was the only one who knew the third generation fire technique. How did this young man learn it as well? Brothers, kill. Human wave tactics. Bring out your killing intent. On the ground, Lu Masan spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he roared hysterically. He originally wanted to show off his strength and deal with Lin Ling by himself. In the end, he didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong and defeat him so easily. This caused him to lose face, and at the same time, his killing intent gradually rose. He was prepared to surround and kill Lin Ling with 3,000 men. Not to mention Lin Ling, even the Fire Ancient clan's Lin Ming wouldn't be able to stop such a force. Courting death. Let's see who dares to make a move. At this moment, a loud shout rang out. A figure leaped down from mid-air and smashed into the ground like a meteor, causing the entire street to shake. After this person landed, flames erupted from his body. He stared coldly at the crowd like a fire god. Racing horse gang, a bunch of mobs. You're too arrogant. How dare you bully my Lin family? Today, I'll disband your racing horse gang. Then, another figure shot out and blocked in front of Lin Ling. These 2 people were so powerful that the 3,000 men of the racing horse gang who were ready to attack didn't dare to move. 6th Elder Lin Tang and 14th Elder of the Fire Ancient clan. In the tea house, Zhang Yixiao looked at the 2 people with a surprised expression. He didn't expect that the 2 great elders would personally come out for a junior. This was extremely abnormal. Could it be that the youth's identity wasn't an ordinary disciple of the ancient clan? You are? On the ground, Lu Masan also sensed the terror of these people and couldn't help but ask. A small gang dares to be so arrogant. We're just too lazy to do anything to you. Do you think you can go against the heavens? Lin Tang snorted coldly, his killing intent thick. Not long ago, he received an order from his ancestor, saying that the ancient Zhang family's horse racing gang was going to besiege Linling. When he heard this news, he was instantly enraged, and immediately rushed over with his men. If the racing horse gang wanted to teach a lesson to an ordinary disciple, they wouldn't care as long as the racing horse gang didn't go overboard. After all, the Fire Ancient clan would occasionally teach the juniors of other ancient clans a lesson. This was a very common thing. To them, it was like children fighting. The adults couldn't possibly help them every time. However, Lin Ling was different. Putting aside his identity as a prodigy of that generation, Lin Ling was a person who had made great contributions to the Fire Ancient clan. If a single strand of hair was harmed, Ancestor Tai Yen would definitely fly into a rage. Therefore, the racing horse gang was simply provoking the Fire Ancient clan. Not good, the streets are full of people. They're all from the Fire Ancient clan. Just as Lu Masan was feeling puzzled and terrified, a subordinate ran over and reported in horror. Someone from the Ancient Flame clan? How many people? Lu Masan was shocked again. He felt that the situation was more troublesome than he had imagined. I don't know. They're densely packed with people, more than us. Moreover, all of them are very strong. He surrounded us. That little brother said uneasily. In the outer city of Cloud Sea City, they were always the ones who attacked others. This was the first time they were besieged. Moreover, they were completely surrounded. They had kicked an iron plate. That youth was definitely not an ordinary person. However, he wasn't the prodigy of that generation, Lin Ming. Why would the Fire Ancient clan go to war for him and mobilize the entire clan? We might have misunderstood. It's just a small matter. How about we bury the hatchet? No discord, no concord. Lu Masan hurriedly asked someone to help him up and smiled apologetically. Hearing this, Lin Tang and Lin Ling both looked at Lin Ling. They were waiting for Lin Ling's opinion on this matter. In any case, their goal was to protect Lin Ling. They could do whatever Lin Ling wanted to do. Who do you think you are? You want to brush this matter aside by saying, no discord, no concord? Let me tell you, no one from the racing horse gang can leave today. Lin Ling took a step forward and said coldly. How could there be such an easy thing in the world? If he could defeat them, then he would fight them. If he couldn't, then he would just treat it as if nothing had happened. If that was the case, then wouldn't anyone be able to provoke Lin Ling? Then. I wonder what young master thinks. Lu Masan didn't dare to be arrogant at this moment and continued to smile apologetically. 3,000 men is very impressive. You, Lu Masan, gathered so many people here. Didn't you want to prove how grand you are? Since that's the case, if you want to settle this matter, then you have to pay 1 spirit crystal per person. If there's a single spirit crystal less, your 3,000 men will have to stay here. Lin Ling coldly shouted. Although the racing horse gang wanted to kill him, it was impossible for them to kill 3,000 people, so he could only extort. However, 3,000 spirit crystals. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a huge sum of money. Chapter 156. The ancestor appears, this, how can I take it out? Lu Masan's face changed. This was simply extortion. I don't care about that. I'll say it again. 1 less crystal, and all 3,000 of your men will die here. Lin Ling said calmly. Young master, save me. A bitter expression appeared on Lu Masan's face. He suddenly glanced at a tea house in the distance. He knew that the young master of the ancient Zhang clan, Zhang Yixiao, was also there. In truth, one of the reasons why he had sent 3,000 troops to surround and attack Lin Ling was because he wanted to curry favor with young master Zhang Yixiao. After all, he had also seen how Lin Ling had snatched young master Zhang Yixiao's wine wager in the tea house. Do you want to start a war between our 2 races? Let's just forget about this matter. Zhang Yixiao walked out of the tea house. He had no choice but to come out. The situation had turned into a battle between the two clans. He never would have thought that an ordinary ancient clan disciple would cause such a huge commotion. The entire street was surrounded by members of the Fire Ancient Clan. Who do you think you are? If you say so, then so be it. But what if I refuse? Lin Ling looked at Zhang Yixiao, who walked out, and frowned slightly. Then, he said coldly. Do you have to make a big deal out of it? If things get out of hand, you won't be able to get anything out of it. You might even incur the displeasure of your old ancestor and bring more trouble to your Fire Ancient Clan. Zhang Yixiao said with a frown. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. Even though the Zhang family of the Ancient Clan and the Fire Ancient Clan were old enemies, the two clans were usually in a tense state. A small spark could trigger a war between the two clans. Therefore, none of the disciples of the two clans dared to do anything that might trigger a war between the two clans. They might even become the sinners of their clans. Therefore, Zhang Yixiao used this excuse to make Lin Ling fearful. Unfortunately, what did Lin Ling need to fear? The grudges between our two clans have been going on for thousands of years. What will come will come. What is there to be afraid of? I'll say the same thing again. 3,000 spirit crystals. One less and 3,000 people won't be able to leave this place. Lin Ling smiled coldly, his attitude becoming even more unyielding. You can't bear this responsibility. Zhang Yixiao's face became more and more unsightly. That young man was too frivolous. Even Lin Ming did not dare to be so arrogant, but that young man was unscrupulous. Did he think that he was Patriarch Taiyan? You're right. Today, I, Zhang Tianshui, will say that I won't give you a single piece of the 3,000 spiritual crystals. I'd like to see how arrogant the descendants of the Fire Ancient Clan can be. At this moment, a thunderous voice resounded through the sky. Dark clouds rolled in the sky as a screen of water appeared. Then, it condensed into a blurry human figure, looking down on the world like a god. The patriarch of the Zhang family. Hearing the voice and looking at the blurred figure, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the matter here would alarm the Zhang family's old ancestor. In addition, all the major ancient clans and various forces in the outer city were also watching. Many people were also shocked. The old ancestor-level experts rarely interfered with the small matters of the ancient clans. They would only appear for decisive matters. However, this time, the old ancestor appeared, and he was extremely powerful. Old ancestor. Old ancestor. Lu Mashan and Zhang Yixiao looked at the sky and then bowed. Their faces were gradually filled with pride. The old ancestor took the initiative to appear for the two of them. This also showed that the old ancestor valued them. Even if it led to a big conflict, he would support them. The Zhang family's old ancestor has appeared. Things are getting a little troublesome. Lin Ling, what do you think? Old ancestor. Lin Tang and Lin Ling's expressions changed. They both looked at Lin Ling. An old ancestor-level expert wasn't someone they could go against. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. In fact, he was very surprised as well. However, his attitude was still strong. I'm flattered that the Zhang family's old ancestor has appeared. However, this is a matter between us juniors. As a senior, aren't you a little too shameless to interfere? Moreover, you were unreasonable in the first place. So, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, no one is allowed to leave without 3,000 spirit crystals. Old ancestor. If the matter wasn't blown out of proportion, it wouldn't affect the ancient clans. After all, others would treat it as a dispute between children. However, the matter was getting out of hand. Lin Ling couldn't take a step back. If he did, then how would the Fire Ancient Clan face? How would they gain a foothold in Cloud Sea City? This young man is so domineering. Old ancestor. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. They were secretly surprised by Lin Ling's courage. The Zhang family's old ancestor had spoken, but an ant-like existence like Lin Ling still stood firm. It had to be said that he was simply courting death. After all, if the Zhang family's old ancestor wanted to kill Lin Ling, it would be as easy as moving a finger. You're quite bold. Do you think you can represent the Fire Ancient clan? Yes. In the sky, the Zhang family's old ancestor stared coldly at Lin Ling. In his heart, the young man on the street was someone he could crush to death with a single finger. However, the young man dared to contradict him in front of so many people. This was equivalent to questioning his authority. Yes. Yes. Before Lin Ling could speak, an indifferent voice quietly sounded. At the same time, thousands of flames condensed in the sky. It was as if countless meteors had been attracted. Half of the dark clouds in the sky were swept away, and a huge face appeared in the sky. As soon as the face appeared, the temperature of the entire earth seemed to rise. It made people feel as if they didn't dare to raise their heads to look at it. A terrifying thought rose in everyone's mind. Even old ancestor Extreme Flame was here. Lin Taiyan, what do you mean by this? Do you really want to start a war between our two clans for a mere junior? The Zhang family's old ancestor was also extremely surprised. Logically speaking, old ancestor Extreme Flame shouldn't have appeared. Although the Zhang family was indeed in the wrong, the Lin family's extortion was too much. 3,000 spirit crystals was not a small amount. Old ancestor Extreme Flame should know that the Zhang family would not pay this debt. Since they wouldn't pay, it would be useless even if old ancestor Extreme Flame appeared. Instead, it would cause more trouble and completely trigger a war between the two clans. However, old ancestor Extreme Flame appeared. Therefore, the Zhang family's old ancestor was very surprised, very surprised. What do you mean? Your Zhang family's people besieged my Fire Ancient clan's disciple. You were in the wrong in this matter. Isn't it normal for you to take out some compensation? In the sky, old ancestor Extreme Flame's huge face said majestically. Are you crazy? You want us to take out 3,000 spirit crystals for a mere disciple? If you want to start a war, just say so. The Zhang family's old ancestor roared. Haha. A mere disciple? He's a genius of our Fire Ancient clan. You're actually saying that he's a mere disciple? Let me tell you. Even if our ancient clans become enemies with the 7 clans for the sake of a genius of our generation, we won't hesitate. Old ancestor Extreme Flame roared furiously. Bang! The entire outer city of Ocean of Cloud City was stirred by this. A genius of a generation. Another genius of the Fire Ancient clan. How could this be possible? It was common knowledge that every single ancient clan had a genius of their generation. They represented the future of the ancient clan, and that genius was fostered with the strength of the entire clan. Their status was extremely high, and no one was allowed to offend them. The genius of the Fire Ancient clan was Lin Ming. Who would have imagined that the young man was actually a genius of his generation as well? Chapter 157. Just a puppet, a prodigy of a generation? How is this possible? What ability does he have? The Zhang clan's ancestor didn't seem to believe it. If that young man was really a prodigy of a generation, then it was normal for the Extreme Flame ancestor to appear here. Just like if the Zhang clan's prodigy was in trouble, they would exhaust the entire clan's strength to protect him. My Fire Ancient clan's prodigy of a generation, do you think I need you to make the decision? Just one sentence, 3,000 spirit crystals. Are you going to give it or not? If not, then the two clans will go to war today. The Extreme Flame ancestor spoke in a domineering and decisive manner. Are you going to give it or not? If not, then the two clans will go to war. When everyone heard that sentence, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. For that young man, the Extreme Flame ancestor was going all out. The Zhang clan's ancestor's expression kept changing. He knew that the extreme flame ancestor wouldn't change his decision. Right now, he either had to hand over the spirit crystals, or the two clans would go to war. The two choices were difficult for him. Lu Mashan, give them 3,000 spirit crystals, then get the hell back to the ancient clan. The Zhang clan's ancestor was furious. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally roared and disappeared into the sky. Ah! Lu Mashan sat on the ground powerlessly. He knew that he was in big trouble. But he never thought that the unknown young man was actually a prodigy of a generation. Lin Ling. Zhang Yixiao coldly looked at Lin Ling, then also left. In the Immortal Gathering Tower, the prodigy of the Withered Wood ancient clan frowned. He felt extremely uncomfortable. He originally wanted to watch a good show, but he didn't expect that the young man's status wasn't lower than his. He was also a prodigy of a generation, which made his toast a bit ironic. Pay the spirit crystals. Don't even think about leaving here without one. The Fire Ancient Clan's people still surrounded the entire street. The horse racing gang's 3,000 people all had bitter expressions. Today, they came in high spirits and wanted to stain their blades with blood. In the end, they were heavily extorted because they provoked the wrong person. Ling, let's go back. The matter was resolved satisfactorily. Ancestor Extreme Flame called out to Lin Ling and then disappeared into the street. Today's incident was like a tiny pebble in an ocean to the vast ocean of Cloud City, and it wasn't worth mentioning at all. However, in the eyes of the various powers in the outer city, such a trivial matter had changed the situation slightly. Lin Ling, this name was gradually known by all the major powers. He was the new prodigy of the Fire Ancient Clan, and his status was equal to Lin Ming's. However, the various ancient clans and forces all believed that this was merely a smokescreen used by the Fire Ancient Clan. Perhaps its true purpose was to ensure Lin Ling's safety, allowing him to emerge from the water and become the focus of the various forces. Unfortunately, none of the major forces were fooled. They all treated Lin Ling as a puppet of the Fire Ancient Clan. He didn't have the strength of a prodigy. Of course, this was merely their guess. They didn't know that in Ancestor Extreme Flame's heart, Lin Ling really was a prodigy and not a puppet. Ancestor Extreme Flame seems to be complacent now that he's completed King Duan's mansion's mission and has obtained the favor of King Duan's mansion. It's said that he obtained a banner from King Duan's mansion. That banner represents that King Duan's mansion might protect the Fire Ancient Clan. Still, the Cloud Hunt is about to begin, and it's the time for the 8 ancient clans to compete. Yes. At that time, the various powers in the inner city will appear as well. If he performs well, then he might truly be valued by them. Yes. The 8 ancient clans will probably work very hard to obtain the protection of the 4 kings. At the same time, the sounds of discussion resounded from every corner of the outer city. Everyone's gazes had descended onto the Cloud Hunt that would be held a month from now. The Cloud Hunt was an event that symbolized the rise of a force. In the past, it was this hunt that confirmed the status of the 8 ancient clans. Many ancient clans had become ancient clans after shocking the world with a single feat during the hunt. In other words, the name of the 8 ancient clans could be replaced at any time. Once it was replaced, then the ancient clans' businesses, restaurants, and markets would also be replaced. Moreover, there were rankings in the hunt. The first place would obtain new territory in the outer city and deprive the other ancient clans of a portion of their territory. The last place would have to hand over a portion of their territory. Therefore, every 3 years, the hunt was extremely intense. This was also the stage for the prodigy of a generation. In this month, there was no doubt that the 8 ancient clans and even the major forces would work hard for this. Ling, I thought I was ruthless enough. Who knew that you would be even more ruthless? You extorted 3,000 spiritual crystals the moment you opened your mouth. At that time, that old bastard from the Zhang family must have felt his heart bleed. The grudge from the mine last time was paid back. In the small courtyard, Ancestor Tai Yan looked at Lin Ling with a smile. In fact, he wasn't sure if the ancestor of the Zhang family would be willing to pay up. If the ancestor of the Zhang family didn't pay up, the result would be a war between the two clans. However, he was confident that he was in the right, so he wasn't afraid. Who asked the Zhang family to provoke the prodigy of a generation? You deserve to pay up. In other words, if the Fire Ancient clan provoked the prodigy of the Zhang family, then they would be extorted and suffer a loss. It was the same logic. I didn't expect them to pay up. However, since they are enduring humiliation, there must be something big going on. Lin Ling laughed. At that time, he was also angry, so he didn't let them go without paying up. Moreover, he was a prodigy of a generation. No matter what, he should have some status. How could he be bullied so easily? Something big? Of course there is. That old bastard of the Zhang family is no fool. The Cloud Sea hunt is about to begin. At this juncture, he naturally doesn't want to cause any trouble. Perhaps he is confident that he can get back at the Fire Ancient clan during the Cloud Sea hunt. Ancestor Taiyan snorted. The Cloud Sea hunt? Yes. Lin Ling blinked, puzzled. Ancestor Taiyan nodded. It's a hunt set by the Four Kings. In the past, whenever there was a conflict between our ancient clans, we would fight, and it would affect Cloud Sea City. Later, the Four Kings set this rule. Any conflict can be resolved during the hunt, and the first place can swallow the territory of the eighth place. Then what place were we in the last hunt? Lin Ling asked curiously. Ancestor Taiyan's expression was a bit unsightly. In the last hunt, Lin Ming hadn't grown up yet. As for the prodigy of the previous generation, alas, let's not talk about it. In any case, we were in the eighth place. Many territories were swallowed up by the first place. In any case, besides your father's generation, we have never taken first place. Alas. Ancestor Taiyan sighed twice. It was obvious that he felt extremely helpless in his heart. Lin Ling's expression became solemn. After arriving at the Fire Ancient clan, he felt the warmth of family. With Lin Ling's character, he would do the same to others. He would do his part in the Cloud Sea hunt. Grandfather, I will help. Grandfather. Chapter 158. Chapter 158 I and the Captl Envy. The Cloud Sea hunt was a stage for 5-star martial spirit realm cultivators. Lin Ling's talent was good, but his cultivation time was still short. He was only a 2-star martial spirit realm cultivator, so his strength was not enough to face the Cloud Sea hunt. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything more. However, he was confident. Although he was currently at the 2-star martial spirit realm, because of the 9 nether heavenly flame and the ability to control fire, he wasn't afraid of martial artists of the same realm. He wasn't even afraid of 3-star martial spirit realm. In addition, he had the help of 2 types of pills, so he was confident in fighting a 4-star martial spirit realm. If his strength increased by a little during this period of time, it would not be impossible for him to defeat a 5-star martial spirit realm expert. Alright, I'll give you 100 spiritual crystals for the extortion. Now, you should work hard on your cultivation. I'll go check on Lin Ming. Ancestor Extreme Flame patted Lin Ling's shoulder, then slowly left. As soon as he left, Lin Aofeng and the others came in like thieves. They seemed to be afraid of seeing Ancestor Extreme Flame. Ancestor Extreme Flame gave them too much prestige. Well done, Lin Ling. You extorted 3,000 spirit crystals just for a drink in a restaurant, which is the same as the reward from King Duan's mansion. I told you, it's not bad to follow you. Just now, the clan said that if we report a merit, each person will be rewarded with 10 spirit crystals. Lin Aofeng and the others smiled. They were very excited to be able to reap some benefits every time they worked for Lin Ling. Since the clan is rewarding you, then you should work even harder. The Cloud Sea hunt is coming. Don't you plan on doing anything? Lin Ling smiled faintly. Hearing this, Lin Aofeng and the others' faces became serious. Lin Aofeng said, "Although we are weak in the Cloud Sea hunt, we will still try our best." As disciples of the Lin clan, they were bound together for good or ill. At this time, it was natural for them to unite and fight against the enemy. Their fighting spirit was high, and their eyes emitted a scorching light. Lin Ling was also affected, and he felt a sense of honor from fighting side by side with them. "Alright, there's still one more month. Everyone must work hard." Lin Ling nodded. This time, although he was not the main force, he would definitely support Lin Ming. After exchanging a few words, they left excitedly. Lin Ling was alone in the small courtyard. His eyes flickered as he pondered. Currently, he had obtained a sea-cracking dark dragon's whale soul, which was enough for him to refine the indigo soul dark pill. Perhaps he would be able to raise his cultivation level again in this month. The Cloud Sea hunt was imminent. The entire Fire Ancient clan was facing a great enemy. All the first to third generations were bitterly cultivating. After all, they were the main characters of the hunt. The next day, Lin Ling received a notice from Ancestor Extreme Flame to gather at the clan's plaza. In the square, the first to third generation disciples were all waiting for their bitter training. When Lin Ling arrived, apart from the third generation disciples, the first and second generation disciples all had complicated expressions on their faces. Lin Ling was like the sun in the midday sky in the Fire Ancient clan, and the ancestor thought highly of him. Moreover, after the incident at the Immortal Assembling Pavilion, Lin Ling had become quite famous in Cloud Sea City. So, it would be a lie to say that they were not jealous. Lin Ling was younger than many of them, but his accomplishments were greater than many of them. Moreover, his strength was said to have entered the ranks of the first-generation disciples. "Lin Ling, although you're a genius, your experience is too short. During this hunt, you have to listen to Big Brother Lin Ming and follow Big Brother Lin Ming." A first-generation disciple looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling was the main character of the hunt. The first-generation disciples were jealous of Lin Ling's rise, so they used him to suppress Lin Ling's spirit. Lin Ling glanced indifferently at that person and shook his head. Big Brother Lin Ming will definitely be the main character of the hunt. However, I'm also a genius, so I don't intend to follow Big Brother Lin Ming. I intend to support him from the side. Sigh. What he meant was that Lin Ming was the main character, but he also separated himself from Lin Ming. It was equivalent to two geniuses of a generation taking different actions during the hunt. "What qualifications do you have?" The first-generation disciple snorted coldly. Lin Ling frowned. He didn't care about the other party's provocation because they were both from the same clan. He didn't want to cause trouble for no reason, but the other party was too insatiable. So, Lin Ling felt that it was necessary to establish some prestige. "I'm not weaker than you. This is my qualification." Sigh. "Lin Ling, I know you defeated the second-generation disciple, but I'm a first-generation disciple." Sigh. "Is there a difference?" Sigh. "Alright, if you don't lose within 10 moves, from now on, I'll represent the first-generation disciples to obey you." Sigh. His name was Lin Shenzhou, a 4-star martial spirit realm martial artist with a 5th-grade spirit body. He was confident that his realm was higher than Lin Ling's, and his talent was not weaker than Lin Ling's. So, how could Lin Ling be his opponent? "I accept the challenge. If I lose, from now on, you don't need to treat me as a genius anymore." Lin Ling also accepted the challenge straightforwardly. "Lin Ling, do your best. Go." Lin Shenzhou, let him know the power of a first-generation disciple. "You're 3 years older than him, so you can't lose. Go." When the disciples saw that Lin Ling and Lin Shenzhou had reached an agreement, they cheered one after another. However, many people didn't think highly of Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling's realm was a bit low. In the future, he might not be weak, but now, he shouldn't be strong. First move, Sword of Ice and Fire. Go. Lin Shenzhou took a deep breath. He didn't underestimate Lin Ling. His first move wasn't weak at all. He stretched out his left hand and waved it in front of him. A blue ice spirit energy condensed and turned into an ice ball in his palm. Then, he waved his right hand and a red flame appeared in his palm. Then, he put his hands together and pulled out an ice and fire sword. The sword emitted rings of light, which was extremely dazzling. His spirit body wasn't weak, it was ice and fire dual attribute. When he used this move, the air in the square also changed. Ice and fire dual heaven. Take my move. Move. Lin Shenzhou pointed with his right hand and the ice and fire sword shot towards Lin Ling. 4-star martial spirit realm, very strong. Move. Lin Ling didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. However, he was skilled in controlling fire. He could change the 9 nether heavenly flame into various forms at will. I also have a sword, 9 nether sword. Move. Lin Ling also condensed the flame into the shape of a sword. His sword was blue and looked a bit like a ghost fire from afar. Swoosh. In the air, the two swords collided and exploded with a dazzling light. Neither of them fought in close combat. Instead, they attacked from afar, fully displaying the advantage of a martial spirit realm attack. Bang bang. In the air, the two flames fought against each other and the power disappeared. He's only a 2-star martial spirit realm, why is his strength so strong? Lin Shenzhou's face changed slightly. As long as the realm was lower than him and the spirit body was weaker than him, no one could block his sword of ice and fire. That was why he found it strange that Lin Ling was able to block his sword. Again. Go. Lin Shenzhou used the sword of ice and fire again. Lin Ling smiled calmly and also used the 9 nether sword. He controlled the 9 nether sword to fight against Lin Shenzhou. He was very clear that although his realm was low, because of the fusion of the 9 nether heavenly flame and the 9 nether 9 dragons, his strength was not weak. In addition, his ability to control fire had reached the divine transformation realm. He could fully display the power of the 9 nether heavenly flame, so he could fight to a draw with Lin Shenzhou. Chapter 159. Completely convinced Xiao Xiao. In the air, the two fiery swords collided with each other. Lin Ling is so strong, I saw him learn Lin Shenzhou's martial art in one glance, and he seems to be more familiar with it than Lin Shenzhou. The spectators were secretly shocked. This was the power of fire mastery. Mastering one technique, mastering all techniques. Lin Ling could draw a picture of heaven and earth through the flames, how could he not be able to imitate martial arts? Unless the opponent's martial art was of a higher grade. 3 moves. 4 moves. 5 moves. The spectators kept counting, and their admiration for Lin Ling grew. Last move, ice and fire slash. Lin Shenzhou was getting more and more anxious, and he couldn't help but use his strongest martial art. This was a mystic grade 4 martial art, and in terms of grade, it was comparable to the 3rd generation flame technique. Of course, in terms of power, it couldn't compare to the 3rd generation flame technique, since the 3rd generation flame technique was aimed at fire attribute spirit bodies. Fire Dance of the Sun. Boom. Lin Ling pulled out the Brilliance Resurgence sword from his back, and blue flames burned. In his eyes, the world disappeared, and the only thing he could see was Lin Shenzhou. This was the 3rd generation flame technique, Fire Dance of the Sun. What a strong fire attribute spirit energy. Boom. The spectators exclaimed. This move was beyond their knowledge. Boom. Lin Shenzhou's ice and fire slash was a giant sword that was almost 5 meters tall. It was formed by the 2 types of spiritual energy, ice and fire. However, when faced with Lin Ling's fire dance, the giant sword was actually sent flying backward. It was no longer in a slashing position, but was instead lifted up by someone's hand. Finally, with a boom, the 9 nether heavenly flames exploded, and the giant sword exploded, causing a crazy amount of spirit energy to splatter everywhere. I've lost. Little brother Lin Ling, you're really strong. Boom. Lin Shenzhou breathed heavily, and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. He had heard that Lin Ling's talent was very strong, but after seeing it with his own eyes, he knew how strong he was. Thank you for letting me win, I could barely block 10 moves. If big brother Lin Shenzhou attacked again, I would have lost. Lin Ling chuckled. Lin Shenzhou did not doubt this. He also thought that Lin Ling had reached his limit and could barely block 10 of his moves. After all, it was amazing for a 2-star martial spirit realm to block 10 moves from a 4-star martial spirit realm. Therefore, he thought that Lin Ling was at his strongest. Even so, little brother Lin Ling still has great potential. After all, I'm 3 years older than you. Lin Shenzhou said respectfully. Lin Ling smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. In fact, he had not used his full strength yet. His remaining trump card was the power of the pills. He did not want to rely on pills to win against Lin Shenzhou. Moreover, they had only agreed to exchange 10 moves. We're convinced. There's nothing more to say. After this battle, all of the Lin clan's disciples are convinced. You're worthy of the title of Heaven's Chosen. The other disciples also said one after another. We're all descendants of the same bloodline. There's nothing to be convinced of. We're all doing this for the sake of our family. Lin Ling said modestly. Little brother Lin Ling, you're right. We're all doing this for the sake of the Fire Ancient Clan. Lin Ming. He walked over with Ancestor Extreme Flame with a smile. Ancestor Extreme Flame looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Currently, Lin Ling had already gained a firm foothold among the first-generation disciples. It was only a matter of time before he caught up with Ancestor Extreme Flame. This time, we've gathered you here because we want you to increase your strength in a month. Therefore, the Fire Spirit Mountain wants you to go again. However, this time, it's not the same place as last time. It's the place where the predecessors of the Fire Ancient Clan comprehended their martial arts. The second-generation flame technique is also there. Let's see if you can learn it. Ancestor Extreme Flame smiled. Second-generation flame technique? It must be the Savage Valley. Yes. The disciples were shocked. They had heard of the Savage Valley since they were young. It was said that every famous predecessor of the Fire Ancient Clan would leave their comprehensions there for the younger generation to learn. The second-generation flame technique was hidden there. However, there are savage beasts in the Savage Valley. How far you can go will depend on you. Ancestor Extreme Flame said. Savage beasts were unique to the Savage Valley. Only the Savage Valley had them. It was said that their strength was equivalent to a 5-star martial spirit realm cultivator. If one wanted to learn more martial arts, they would have to go deeper into the Savage Valley. Then, under Ancestor Extreme Flame's lead, they walked towards the Savage Valley. The Savage Valley was also at the center of the volcano. On the way, they had to pass through the ancestral tomb. As they walked forward, Lin Ling saw the first elder, Lin Nanshan. This made him sigh in his heart. Ancestor Extreme Flame did not kill the first elder, Lin Nanshan, but punished him to face the wall in the Fire Spirit Mountain for a long time. Lin Nanshan also saw Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. He did not have the face to see Ancestor Extreme Flame, so he quietly turned and left. However, when he left, he took a deep look at Lin Ling, sigh, why be so stubborn? Let bygones be bygones. Sigh. Ancestor Extreme Flame sighed and said indifferently. What he meant was that Lin Nanshan stubbornly fought with Lin Chen back then. However, Lin Nanshan was already dead and gone with the wind. Why couldn't Lin Nanshan let go of the obsession in his heart? Ancestor Extreme Flame's words made Lin Nanshan's body tremble unnoticeably. Then, he revealed a bitter smile. Suddenly, he said to Lin Ling, the future of the ancient clan is on your shoulders. Lin Ling, I hope you can fulfill your father's regret for him. Sigh. After saying this, he finally disappeared. Lin Ling looked at Lin Nanshan's back. His heart was complicated, but he could only nod his head. The group passed through the ancestral grave and finally arrived at the Savage Valley. This place was like a valley of flames. Scorching flames crazily surged out. Everyone felt their mouths go dry as they approached. There are traces left behind by our predecessors in the valley. Go, learn as much as you can. But remember, if you meet any savage beasts along the way, defeat them if you can. If you can't, Kowtow and the savage beasts will let you go. Also, remember, do not harm the savage beasts' lives. They were left behind by our predecessors. Ancestor Extreme Flame instructed. Yes. Yes. The disciples entered the Savage Valley one after another. This valley was vast and boundless. There were countless branches inside. After the disciples entered, they all chose a branch to go forward. Lin Ling was naturally the same. Walking into the cliffs, the walls on both sides were fiery red. Moreover, from time to time, flames would spurt out from the cracks. However, there were many marks on these walls. There were palm prints, fist prints, and so on. These should be the martial insights left behind by our predecessors. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He walked towards one of the fist prints. When he got close, there was a sudden boom. The sky changed color and a vague figure appeared in Lin Ling's mind. Sky Flame Palm. Yes. Profound rank 4th level martial art. When this palm is used, the sky will be filled with clouds, making it difficult for the enemy to grasp the truth of the attack. It turned out that each palm print contained a martial art. Interesting. Yes. Lin Ling was interested. Currently, he was skilled in controlling fire. He could quickly learn any profound rank martial art. However, he didn't have a martial art in hand. It was a waste. Now, he could use this opportunity to accumulate his foundation. Moreover, in the Savage Valley, he planned to break through to 2-star martial spirit realm. Chapter 160. Desolate Valley. Time passed slowly. In the Savage Valley, all the disciples had gained something. Some had learned 1 or 2 types of martial arts, while others had learned 10 types of martial arts, all of which were below the 5th level of the profound class. However, as they continued to move forward, there were more and more palm prints on the walls, indicating that the martial arts were of a higher level. Of course, as they moved forward, savage beasts would appear. These savage beasts were 5-star martial spirit realm demonic beasts. At first, they were cubs, but they were also 3-star martial spirit realm beasts. Many disciples were stopped, and could only learn some low-level martial arts. As for the first generation of disciples, many of them were not weak. After defeating the savage beast cubs, they learned the profound level 5 martial arts on the walls. As for moving forward, if they wanted to learn profound level 6 martial arts, they might have to face savage beasts, which were stronger than their cubs. Although Lin Ling was a 2-star martial spirit realm, it was not difficult for him to defeat the savage beast cubs. At first, he thought that the savage beast would look like some kind of demonic beast, but when he looked at it, it was a kind of demonic beast that looked like a rock. It had hands and feet, and it was not tall, like a small bear. However, the rock on its body was made of fire. It did not look big, but the power of the fire was extremely strong. After Lin Ling defeated the young savage beast sat on the ground and rubbed its head with its chubby hands. It was crying loudly, and its weary appearance was rather cute. No wonder the patriarch did not allow them to hurt them. They did not look like savage beasts, and were extremely kind. After that, Lin Ling began to learn profound level 5 martial arts. However, to be honest, these martial arts were not as good as the first-generation flame technique. Lin Ling only used them to accumulate experience. After learning all kinds of martial arts, Lin Ling continued to move forward. However, he also left several fist prints on the walls for the future disciples to learn. At the same time, he looked at the entire desolate valley. So far, only Lin Ling had left behind the most fist prints. For example, Lin Ling's strength was slightly higher than Lin Ling's, but he didn't care about low-level martial arts, so he didn't learn them. His goal was to learn the second-generation flame art. Now, he was already fighting with the savage beast, which was one level higher than him. This battle lasted for a long time. As Lin Ling continued forward, he finally encountered a savage beast. If a savage beast cub was a bear cub, then a savage beast would be a big bear. This demonic beast was plump, and its body was made of rocks. It emitted flames as it stared coldly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling even saw a cub gesturing at the side of the savage beast, as if it was complaining. Wasn't that cub the one he had defeated earlier? Lin Ling, he was very sure that he had made a mistake in his assessment. These savage beasts were not kind at all, especially their young ones. They were simply vengeful. 5-star martial spirit realm, I haven't fought with you yet. Let me test your strength. Lin Ling pulled out his sword of brilliance resurgence and prepared to fight with all his might. Hee hee. The savage beast let out a sharp cry, which was completely inconsistent with its tall and sturdy body. Then, it pounced at Lin Ling. The cub didn't leave. It also let out a strange cry, as if it was saying, "Defeat that stinky brat." Bang! 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 In the valley, the battle began. Flaming sky cross slash. 3 flaming fists. Flaming sun dance. Lin Ling unleashed his full strength. Right now, the power of his martial arts had increased greatly. Under the 5th grade of the Profound Realm, he knew a wide variety of martial arts. Only he had reached the Divine Transformation Realm. If it was someone else, they might not be able to digest so many martial arts. However, Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly, but the savage beast was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. This beast could actually absorb flames. In the beginning, it was evenly matched with Lin Ling. However, after absorbing Lin Ling's flames, the savage beast's aura became stronger and stronger. This guy, Lin Ling, was secretly shocked. After a few attacks, his 9 nether heavenly flames had been absorbed by the savage beast, causing its attacks to have an explosive characteristic. Flaming up pill. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ling took out a fiery red pill from his rune bag. After pondering for a moment, he swallowed it. This was one of Lin Ling's trump cards. It came from the dead alchemist in the ancestral tomb. All along, Lin Ling had refined many of them, but he had never used them. Now was the time. After the pill entered his body, Lin Ling felt as if he had swallowed a volcano. The fire spirit energy in his body became even more violent. The flaming up pill was a pill unique to the Fire Ancient clan. It increased the power of the flames on top of the original flames. It was like pouring oil into a burning fire. Boom! Lin Ling's entire body erupted with blue flames, making him look like a flame god. The scorching temperature shocked even the savage beast. Bang bang bang. The battle began again. This time, Lin Ling had the upper hand. The flaming up pill allowed Lin Ling's 9 nether heavenly flames to seem to have other flame energy hidden within them. However, it did not affect the explosive characteristics of the 9 nether heavenly flames. A corner of the valley had already turned into a sea of flames due to the battle between the man and beast. Large amounts of rocks had collapsed. However, although Lin Ling had the upper hand, he was unable to defeat the savage beast. Moreover, the flaming up pill had a time limit. Once the time limit was up, he would have to take the antidote. Otherwise, he would ignite himself. Although the savage beast was at a disadvantage and was being suppressed by Lin Ling, it continued to absorb Lin Ling's flame energy through the battle. If this continued, Lin Ling would definitely be defeated. This beast is so difficult to deal with. Lin Ling's eyes were red at this moment. He knew that time was precious, so he took out another pill from his rune bag. Once this pill was taken out, rings of spirit energy rippled out. The dragon tiger pill was refined from precious herbs. Back then, Lin Ling had spent almost 100 spirit crystals to refine these pills. Its effect was to increase one's physical strength. It allowed a martial artist to possess the strength of a dragon and a tiger. In reality, this pill was also a poison. It was used by martial artists before they died. However, in the ancestral grave, the deceased alchemist had found the antidote, which reduced the side effects of this pill and prevented it from causing death. Otherwise, Lin Ling would not have dared to use it so casually. The strength of a tiger. Boom. Bang. The clothes on Lin Ling's left arm suddenly exploded, revealing solid muscles. It was as if air had been blown out. He felt an unprecedented strength enter his left arm, making him feel as if he could shatter the earth with a single punch. The strength of a dragon. Boom. Bang. The clothes on his right arm exploded. His right arm was like a demonic beast's arm. The strength of a dragon and a tiger allowed Lin Ling's strength to reach 100,000 jin. In addition to the might of the upper flame, he had reached his strongest state. From afar, he looked like a demonic beast. Furthermore, he was a flaming demonic beast. That terrifying appearance made even the savage beast tremble with fear when it saw it. The cub in the distance had been cheering him on. At this moment, it sat down and touched its head with both hands, turning into the appearance of a Bai, and once again. Using strength to subdue intelligence, coupled with the riot of flames, unless you are a 6-star martial spirit. Lin Ling stepped on the ground, causing it to crack. He shot towards the savage beast like a cannonball. He held the resurgence sword in his hand and chopped down like an axe. Boom. Chapter 161. Cloud Sea Hunt. Again. Go. Lin Ling's breathing was like a dragon's, the air coming out of his nose turned into smoke. His eyes were bloodshot, like a mad god of war. Jia. Jia. The savage beast let out a strange cry, turned around and ran away. Of course, while running, it didn't forget to grab the cub's head. If it could win, it would fight. If it couldn't, it would run. This was a savage beast's characteristic. Lin Ling breathed heavily, but he didn't continue the chase. He quickly took out several pills from his rune bag and stuffed them into his mouth, then sat down cross-legged. The after effects of the flaming up pill and dragon tiger pill were very serious. He had to treat them immediately. On the other side, Lin Ling was still fighting with the savage beast. The time he spent was longer than Lin Ling, and the more he fought, the more he was at a disadvantage. This didn't mean that he was weaker than Lin Ling, but that Lin Ling relied on pills to defeat the savage beast. Lin Ming, on the other hand, was strong, but his strength was fire attributed. His strength was absorbed by the savage beast, and the more powerful the savage beast was, the stronger Lin Ling was. After that, Lin Ming knew that he couldn't win. Helpless, he could only withdraw from the battlefield and give up on the second-generation flame technique. His gaze fell on the mystic 6th grade martial art. Of all the Lin family disciples, only Lin Ling was able to go the furthest. Inside the cliff, Lin Ling rested and slowly walked forward. On both sides of the cliff, there were fewer fist and palm prints, but each one was clearly visible. Clearly, they were all powerful martial arts. Looking at those fist prints, Lin Ling hesitated. If he wanted to learn a high-grade martial art, it would take a long time. But now, a lot of time had passed, and he still needed to spend some time to break through. So, he didn't want to learn these martial arts. Along the way, Lin Ling searched for the second-generation flame technique. On one of the cliff walls, a slightly different imprint attracted his attention. That imprint wasn't a fist print or palm print, but the imprint of a huge palm's index finger. On that finger, a flame was engraved on the rock. Second-generation flame technique. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He had a feeling that this imprint might be a martial art passed down by the ancient race. Immediately, he approached it carefully. Then, with a loud bang, Lin Ling felt as if his ears were struck by lightning. The scene before him changed. In the sky, fiery clouds rolled. A man stood proudly, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His expression was indifferent. He stretched out his right hand, and on his index finger, a flame danced quietly. Second-generation flame arts condense the might of heaven and earth. A low voice came from the man's mouth. The flame on the man's index finger spun wildly, and the flames in the surroundings were absorbed and suppressed by the flame on his finger. It was as if he had absorbed all the fire in the world. 3,000 burning flames. The flame on his finger was thrown out by the man. Boom! It was as if all the flames in the world had been ignited. The 3,000 burning flames had turned the world into a sea of fire. Everything was incinerated. Other than fire, there was nothing else. At this moment, the sky was also burned away. Lin Ling's forehead was dripping with sweat. This second-generation flame technique was so powerful that it could even burn the sky. Information rose in Lin Ling's heart. It was the second-generation flame technique, 3,000 burning flames. The 3,000 burning flames gathered all the flames in the world and condensed them into a single finger. It was controlled by the instinct to control fire. The higher the realm of the instinct to control fire, the stronger the flames that could be absorbed. One's realm was the foundation. In the process of absorbing the flames of heaven and earth, one relied on one's realm to support it. Generally speaking, if one wanted to use the second-generation flame technique, they would need to be at least at the earth spirit realm. Only then would they have enough spirit chi to support it. However, it wasn't that the martial spirit realm couldn't use it. That would require spirit crystals. Spirit crystals were the essence of spirit chi. When using the second-generation flame technique, a cultivator wouldn't run out of spirit chi and would provide a powerful support. However, it would require 10 spirit crystals to use it once. Carefully digesting the information, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. It was obvious that using the second-generation flame technique with his cultivation level would definitely require spirit crystals. However, he didn't expect it to cost 10 spirit crystals. This was a martial art that burned money. It costs 10 spirit crystals to use it once. I hope this martial art won't disappoint me. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and decided to cultivate. Fortunately, his instinct to control fire was high, so it wasn't difficult to learn. Time passed slowly. While cultivating in the Savage Valley, Lin Ling began to refine the Indigo Soul Dark Pill, striving to reach the 3-star martial spirit realm. A month passed quietly. The disciples of the Savage Valley walked out one after another. Everyone had benefited greatly and a smile hung on their faces. Ancestor Tai Yen secretly sighed. If it wasn't for the Cloud Sea Hunt approaching, he actually didn't want to open the Savage Valley. These disciples didn't have a solid foundation. Once they saw a large amount of martial arts, they wouldn't be able to suppress their curiosity and would not be able to concentrate. However, the Cloud Sea Hunt was of great importance. If the ancient race was swallowed up, it would be useless no matter how high their strength increased. Therefore, Ancestor Tai Yen finally decided to open the Savage Valley. Lin Ming, how is it going? Ancestor Tai Yen was the first to look at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was the key to the Cloud Sea Hunt. The other disciples also looked at Lin Ming. My realm didn't increase, but my strength has greatly increased. Unless I meet a 6-star martial spirit realm, I'm not afraid of anything else. Lin Ming said with a smile. Good. Ancestor Tai Yen nodded with satisfaction. The other ancient race's geniuses were also 5-star martial spirit realm. Lin Ming didn't seem to be afraid of any 5-star martial spirit realm. This was a good thing. As for Lin Ming not breaking through, he wasn't surprised. The advancement of the martial spirit realm wasn't something that could be achieved in a few months. It was usually calculated in years. Lin Ling, how about you? Ancestor Tai Yen looked at Lin Ling again. My realm has increased. I've reached 3-star martial spirit realm. On the other side, Lin Ling smiled confidently. That's great. Everyone has benefited greatly from this short period of cultivation in the Savage Valley. Ancestor Tai Yen was stunned and then laughed excitedly. Lin Ling's cultivation speed was fast beyond his imagination. If this continued, Lin Ling could catch up with Lin Ming. Brother Lin Ling, congratulations. Lin Ming was shocked and then smiled. He didn't expect Lin Ling to break through so quickly. Lin Ling's speed was even faster than his. One had to know that most people would spend a year to advance in the martial spirit realm, but Lin Ling used a year to break through 3 stages. So, it would be strange if he wasn't shocked. However, although Lin Ling's improvement was obvious, Lin Ling was still in charge of the Cloud Sea Hunt. After all, although Lin Ling had improved, his strength hadn't reached the standard. Everyone, take care of your beasts for the next few days. 3 days later, follow me to the Cloud Sea Hunt. Under Ancestor Tai Yan's command, the disciples returned home one after another. 3 days passed in a flash. Early in the morning, Ancestor Tai Yan personally led the Fire Ancient clan to the north of Cloud Sea City. This hunt wasn't like the beast tide from Mount Zhongnan. The location was the royal hunting ground of the Cloud Sea Empire, Donghua Mountain. Chapter 162. The 4 kings of the Cloud Ocean. It was close to the winter equinox, and it was time for the demon beasts to turn into fossils. The stones formed from these demon beasts were priceless, and the Cloud Ocean Empire wanted to collect them all. However, there were some demon beasts that were slower to transform into stones, and the Cloud Ocean Empire didn't want to waste their forces to capture them. So, they let the various powers do it. Between the 8 ancient clans and the various powers, whoever collected the most summer demon winter stones would be the winner. The supporters behind this hunt were the 4 kings of Cloud Ocean City. They were Shi, Li, Sima, and Wang respectively. The members of the Fire Ancient clan traveled all the way to the north of Cloud Ocean City. At this moment, many people had gathered there. Among the 8 ancient clans, the Zhang clan and the Withered Tree clan had arrived first. Old Ghost Zhang, it's so early. Your Zhang clan is so leisurely. At the end of the year, you don't even need to do any liquidation. You can just slap your butt and come here. Unlike our Lin clan, we are busy from morning to night. Ancestor Extreme Flame chuckled when he saw the Zhang clan's ancestor. He was mocking the Zhang clan's ancestor. What he meant was that the Zhang family had compensated them with 3,000 spirit crystals last time. Now that it was the end of the year, the family didn't need to do anything because they had compensated them with a year's worth of profits. They were very busy because the 3,000 spirit crystals that the Zhang family had compensated them with had led to a windfall. The family was discussing how to spend the money. When Lin Ling heard that, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then he laughed strangely. He thought that his grandfather was the patriarch of a clan and was highly respected, so he should be very elegant. Who knew that he would also put down his pride and mock the Zhang clan's ancestor? However, Ancestor Extreme Flame liked such a person even more. He scolded whenever he felt like it and didn't fake anything. Old Ghost Extreme Flame, my Zhang clan is going to swallow half of your territory in this hunt. In the distance, the Zhang clan's ancestor's expression became unsightly as he snorted coldly. Alright, let's see who swallows who. I'm also very jealous of your Zhang clan's mines and streets. Ancestor Extreme Flame didn't back down, and then he led them to the Lin clan's place. Brother Lin Ling, among the 8 great ancient clans, the ancient Zhang clan, the ancient Dead Tree clan, and the ancient Yin clan are our mortal enemies. When we meet, we can't wait to devour each other. Lin Ling explained. He knew that Lin Ling wasn't very familiar with the situation in the outer city. Then, Lin Ming said, our allies are the ancient clan of Anji, the ancient clan of Wind, and the ancient clan of Mountain. Of course, this alliance is only on the surface. However, we can be sure that the primary enemy of these three ancient clans is not us. Ancient clans: Zhang clan, Withered Tree clan, Ancient Yin clan, Ancient Anji clan, Ancient Wind clan, Ancient Mountain clan. A total of 7 ancient clans. Lin Ling asked. That's the heaven-defying clan. This group of ancient race cultivates rage qi. Each and every one of them is extremely powerful. However, they don't ally with any other ancient race. If we don't form an alliance, how can we be independent in the city? The ancient race was indeed strong. Yes. Their strength is one of the reasons. Otherwise, our alliance would have been able to devour them as well. However, because they possess rage qi and are blessed by the heavens, Sima Jinshan King thinks highly of them, and they belong to Sima Wan's estate. Lin Ming explained. Lin Ling's expression changed. The 4 kings of Ocean of Cloud City reigned supreme over the world. Since one of the kings thought highly of them, then they definitely possessed a formidable backer. No wonder the heaven-defying clan disdained to form an alliance with the other ancient clans. Besides these ancient clans, we have to be careful of other smaller powers as well. Those powers have a long history as well. If we obtain Dong Shi from the summer demon hunt, then it's very likely that they'll replace the other ancient clans. Lin Ming continued, and then he had a solemn expression on his face. In the past, our fire ancient clan was always at the bottom of the rankings, and we were almost replaced by other smaller powers. Only the year before last did we charge into the 6th position and enjoy some glory for a year. He couldn't help but sigh when he spoke up to this point. The ancient clans were lacking in manpower, and that was a sign of decline. On the other hand, Lin Ming's growth was too slow, and he'd only started to rise this year. In the past, the younger generation of the ancient clans didn't have anyone to support them at all, and they were disdained by the other powers in Ocean of Cloud City. Big brother Lin Ming, don't worry. We'll definitely obtain a good ranking this year and show the might of our fire ancient clan. Lin Ling said. All right. Your word is enough. Even though I'm the one leading the team this time, your status isn't inferior to mine in my heart. So long as I can strengthen the ancient clans, then it's fine even if I don't become a genius. Lin Ming said with a smile. He was thinking wholeheartedly for the sake of the ancient clans and didn't have any selfish motives, and that made Lin Ling feel admiration for him. If it was anyone else, they would definitely feel pressure, jealousy, and unwillingness when they saw a younger generation slowly catching up to them. They might even find an opportunity to suppress them, but Lin Ming didn't. Such courage was worthy of Lin Ling going all out in the Cloud Sea hunt. As time passed, people from the various ancient clans and powers arrived one after another. Lin Ling secretly observed them, and the results were as he expected. For example, the Withered Tree Ancient Clan was an ancient clan that controlled plants, the Ancient Yin Clan was a ghost imperial clan, and as for the Heaven-defying clan, all of them were arrogant as if they wanted to go against the heavens, and they didn't put anyone in their eyes. Spirit of Wrath. It's the same as Nu Ba from the Ancient Face sect. Lin Ling nodded secretly. None of the 8 great ancient clans were weak. The Cloud Sea hunt wouldn't be simple. Calm Ancient Clan? Their auras are very familiar, as if I've seen them somewhere before. Yes. Lin Ling looked at the Calm Ancient Clan. That clan was allied with the Fire Ancient Clan, but Lin Ling was certain that he had seen this aura before. The Cloud Sea hunt. Clouds rise, mud falls. The strong will rise to the clouds, and the weak will fall like mud. If you want to divide the territory of the outer city, then it will depend on your strength. Roar. At this moment, a loud shout rang out, attracting everyone's attention. The one who spoke was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had a square face, and his eyes were resolute. He sat there with a golden blade, exuding an inviolable majesty. He was one of the 4 kings, Sima Jinshan. Beside him, the other 3 kings were also exuding their own unique charisma, as if they were the rulers of the world. What a powerful aura. Roar. Lin Ling looked from afar and was secretly shocked. Under the perception of his soul force, the four kings were like a huge whirlpool. His soul force couldn't even get close before it was shattered. To Lin Ling, this kind of strength was like that of a god. Two of the four kings looked in the direction of the Fire Ancient clan. Obviously, they sensed that someone was watching them. Although Lin Ling quickly withdrew his soul force, the four kings were able to detect even the slightest movement. Although he knew the general direction, Lin Ling was alert. Therefore, the two kings of the Fire Ancient clan didn't know who was spying on them. Only Duke Duan looked deeply at Lin Ling and faintly smiled. Lin Ling's expression was calm, but his heart was beating like a drum. Especially after he sensed Duke Duan's mysterious smile, he guessed that Duke Duan should know it was him. Chapter 163. The hunt begins. The Cloud Sea hunt will last for a month. During this time, the royal hunting ground will be sealed. Anyone who dares to enter will be killed without mercy. Rumble. Along with the words, clouds rose from the vast Donghua mountain and sealed off the entire hunting ground. Subsequently, the disciples of various major factions entered one after another. Most of them were young, and the oldest was no more than 25 years old. This was also the rule of the Cloud Sea hunt. Only the younger generation would be tested. Lin Ling followed the disciples of the Fire Ancient clan into Donghua Mountain. As soon as they entered, a mysterious aura spread out. Looking up, the sky was hazy and the sun could no longer be seen. When they looked back, the path from before had also disappeared. They have sealed this place and will only open it after a month. The first reason for sealing the mountain is to prevent the summer demon winter stone beasts from escaping. The second reason is to prevent others from running in and stealing the winter demon winter stone beasts. Lin Ling looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded. We have just entered and there are winter demon winter stone beasts everywhere. We have to collect them quickly before they steal them all. Yes. The winter demon winter stone beasts are only the size of a fist. When they turn into stone, they enter hibernation. However, if they haven't hibernated yet, they will run when they encounter them. Those beasts love to drill into people's bodies. Once they do, that person is dead. Yes. Now, everyone split up and search in groups of 5. We will gather again after 10 days. Yes. The first generation disciples spoke one after another. They had been here last year, so they had experience. Remember, the first place of the Cloud Sea hunt depends on which faction has the most winter demon winter stone beasts. Yes. Xiao. The disciples of the Fire Ancient clan scattered and searched for the winter demon winter stone beasts. The same went for the other factions. Donghua Mountain was very big. In the beginning, there were winter demon winter stone beasts everywhere. Therefore, the major factions wouldn't compete with each other. They would focus on collecting the winter demon winter stone beasts first. When all the winter demon winter stone beasts were found, there would be conflicts. Lin Ling, we have to work hard and support brother Lin Ming. Yes. 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 Lin Ling's team consisted of 4 people, Lin Aofeng, Lin Changxiang, Lin Feng, and Lin Qingcheng. Oh, I found it. Look at this pig-like rock, it seems to be the summer demon winter stone beast. Not long after, Lin Changxiang stared at a rock. There was a mushroom under the rock, but upon closer inspection, it was not a mushroom, but a rock that looked like a pig. That's it. Collect it. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Before coming here, Patriarch Extreme Flame had shown them the appearance of the winter stone beast, so everyone had an impression of it. My luck is not bad. I've only just entered the mountain and I've already reaped a harvest. Everyone, keep looking. Along the way, Lin Ling's group gradually collected more and more winter demon stone beasts. Along the way, they also met people from other forces. Where are the people of the Fire Ancient Clan? That's a new generation of geniuses. What do you think? Are you going to touch them? Generation of Geniuses is just a title given to them by the ancient clans. How strong can a 16 or 17-year-old junior be? I only acknowledge Lin Ming as the generation of geniuses of the Fire Ancient Clan. Let them be proud for now. Let's find the Winter Stone Beast first. The ancient clans glanced at Lin Ling's group and ignored them, continuing to search for the Winter Stone Beast. At present, compared to fighting, finding the Winter Stone Beast was more important. As for Lin Ling, almost everyone in the 8 great ancient clans did not know him. Even the disciples of the Heaven-Defying clan had heard of him. Of course, they knew Lin Ling's name, but that did not mean they took Lin Ling seriously. They all knew that Lin Ling was just a cover. He had the title of a generation of geniuses, but he did not have the strength of a generation of geniuses. Of course, there were also some who wanted to step on the Fire Ancient Clan's generation of geniuses to vent their anger, especially those from the Zhang clan. Lin Ling? A month ago, you used the name of ancestor Tai Yan to make our Zhang clan lose 3,000 spiritual crystals. It's good that you didn't come to the Cloud Sea hunt this time. Since you dare to come, it'll be inexcusable if you don't leave something behind. On top of a huge rock, 5 figures stood proudly as they stared down at Lin Ling and the others. They were from the Zhang family of the ancient race. Brother Fei, this is a generation of geniuses. Hee, stepping on a generation of geniuses from the Fire Ancient Clan must feel good. There are no elders here. Let's see who can save him. The disciples of the Zhang clan sneered. They were the first generation disciples, and the weakest of them was at least a 3-star martial spirit realm. You guys are so free. Instead of collecting the Winter Stone Beast, you came to block my path. Are you tired of living? With his path blocked, Lin Ling did not move forward. He stared at them and shook his head. Since you dare to block my path, let me ask you a question. How many Winter Stone Beasts do you have? What does that have to do with you? Right now, you should take care of yourself. A disciple of the Zhang clan said coldly. Of course it has to do with me. Because all the Winter Stone Beasts you have belong to me, Lin Ling, tell me, how can I not care? Lin Ling smiled mockingly. His words caused the Zhang family's disciples to be stunned. Then, their faces turned ashen. Lin Ling had already taken the Winter Stone Beasts in their rune pouches as his. You're just a 3rd-generation disciple. Others treat you as a generation of geniuses, but you really think you're a generation of geniuses. Deal with him. The Zhang clan disciples gritted their teeth and jumped down from the rock. Lin Ling, the 4 of us can only help you deal with one. The rest is up to you. Lin Aofeng and the others shouted and joined the battle. They were 3rd-generation disciples, and their strength and age were not comparable to the Zhang clan disciples. Therefore, they could only work together to deal with one person. As for the remaining 4, it was up to Lin Ling. Even so, they were still worried about Lin Ling. They knew about Lin Ling's strength. He could fight against a 1st-generation disciple, but there were too many people on the other side. There were 4 of them. However, they also knew that this battle was unavoidable. Alright, leave the remaining 4 to me. Lin Ling drew his resurgence sword and shot it at the 4 people. Lin Aofeng and the others were stunned. Looking at Lin Ling's appearance, he seemed to be very confident. You really think you're some big shot? Lin Ming still has this strength. You're still far from it. Take my move, Heaven Battling Blackwater Slash. Don't blame us for bullying you with numbers. Even if you're alone, any one of us can deal with you. The 4 of us are just trying to save time. I'll let you see what a 3-star martial spirit realm is like. The 4 of them shouted proudly and attacked one after another. They were all martial arts of the Zhang clan, related to water. The 4 of them were all 3-star martial spirit realm experts, and one of them was even a 4-star martial spirit realm expert. How could Lin Ling block them all by himself? Unfortunately, how could Lin Ling be an ordinary 3-star martial spirit realm expert? One person? You'll die faster, and the 4 of you can live longer. Lin Ling smiled indifferently. His body exploded with blue flames and disappeared without a trace. Only a large amount of blue flames could be seen rising from his original place. Chapter 164. Join hands. Bang bang bang. Flames burst out. Lin Ling had learned a large number of martial techniques in Savage Valley. His foundation was very solid. Now, even if he chopped lightly, the might of his attack would reach 100%. Furthermore, with his ability to control fire, the might of Lin Ling's fiery dance of the brilliant sun increased by several times. One of them condensed water to attack, but Lin Ling's blue fire exploded. Moreover, the blue fire did not stop, splitting that person's body into 2. Just as the second person made his move, he saw a wisp of fire coming at him, and then he was burned to ashes. As for the third and fourth person, they suffered the strongest slashes of fire dance and bright Sunday. Their bodies were blasted into smithereens by the 9 nether heaven flame explosion. In a single exchange, all 4 of them had died. How is that possible? Brother Yu is a 4-star martial spirit realm martial artist. The disciple who was fighting with Lin Outyan and the other 3 stopped and stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. This Lin Ling was truly terrifying. His strength had already reached the level of a first-generation disciple. It's your turn. Do you want to show me what a 3-star martial spirit realm is? Lin Ling turned around and calmly stared at the Zhang clan disciple. The Zhang family's disciple's face was pale. Although he was a 3-star martial spirit, did he have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of Lin Ling? It was Lin Ling who showed him what a 3-star martial spirit realm was. I admit defeat and beg for my life. The Zhang clan disciple immediately knelt down and said. In the Cloud Sea hunt, the major forces would fight with each other, and death was unavoidable. In the past, many disciples of the major ancient clans had died, so he knew that if Lin Ling wanted to kill him, no one would be able to stand up for him. Lin Ling furrowed his brows. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Previously, those 4 wanted to kill him and trample him, a heaven's chosen of this generation. That was why he acted. Although this person before him was an accomplice, at least he didn't act. Leave the rune bag behind and get lost. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling decided not to kill the Zhang clan disciple. The other party no longer had the will to fight, so there was not much difference between killing him and not killing him. Thank you, thank you. The Zhang clan disciple felt grateful and fled in terror. Lin Alfeng and the others ignored him and picked up the rune bag. There were actually hundreds of summer demon winter stone beasts inside, which made them all happy. However, when they looked at Lin Ling, they were secretly shocked. Lin Ling was a disciple of the same clan as them, but now that he was getting stronger and stronger, the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. They really didn't know how Lin Ling cultivated. Lin Ling, you're really something. A month ago, your strength had just entered the ranks of the first-generation disciples. Now, I'm afraid that other than Brother Lin Ming, no one in the first-generation disciples is your opponent. Lin Alfeng said with admiration. That's good. They all think that Lin Ling's identity as this generation's heaven's chosen one is fake, but they don't know that Lin Ling is not much weaker than Brother Lin Ling. Our team will become a surprise force. Lin Changqiang chuckled. Lin Ling also smiled and waved his hand. Let's continue on our way. Let's go. As time passed, most of the winter stone beasts in Donghua Mountain were collected. The remaining people began to look for the hidden winter stone beasts. In a huge valley, several disciples of the Withered Tree ancient clan slowly walked in. When they saw the densely packed winter stone beasts in the valley, they were all overjoyed. This seemed to be one of the nests of the winter stone beasts. Many of them were hibernating here. Inform the heaven's chosen one immediately. Yes. The disciples of the withered tree ancient clan took out the mother-child worm and informed the others. Is that so? That's great, but I can't go now. I'll let Atang go. You must protect those winter stone beasts. A voice came from the mother-child worm, which made the disciples nod. Ah, Tang. The second strongest disciple of the withered tree ancient clan, the heaven's chosen one. His strength was also at the 5-star martial spirit realm. With his arrival, these winter stone beasts should be safe. We must find something to cover the valley. It'll be bad if others see us. A disciple suggested. However, at this moment, a cold voice came like a ghost. That's a good suggestion. Unfortunately, it's too late. These winter stone beasts belong to my ancient Een clan. Boom! In the valley, black clouds surged. A young man was standing there. His face was green, which was extremely strange. It's Een Yi. Boom! The disciples of the withered tree ancient clan looked over and their expressions changed. The ancient Een clan is said to be a very strong clan. However, it's because they're strong that I'm interested in them. Therefore, these winter stone beasts belong to my ancient Anji clan. Boom! At this moment, at the entrance of the valley, 2 figures walked in. It was a man and a woman. The man's white clothes fluttered in the wind, while the woman's white clothes were whiter than snow. She walked lightly, and golden light enveloped her body. She was like a fairy that descended from the 9 heavens. Her clothes fluttered in the wind as if she would fly away at any time. And Ziyuan, and Yuer. The expressions of the disciples of the withered tree ancient clan changed again when they saw the 2 of them. They were 3rd-generation disciples of the ancient Anji clan, but their strength could enter the ranks of the 1st-generation disciples. They had outstanding reputation. For example, all 4 ancient clans had participated in the Genius Summit in Ocean of Clouds City, and in Ziyuan and in Yu were amongst them. Both of them had risen like shooting stars, swept through all the geniuses, and seized the 3rd and 4th positions. Another example was when the ancient Een clan had caused trouble in the ancient Anji clan's restaurant. The ancient Anji clan had only sent a single person, and it was in Yuer. However, she possessed outstanding talent and tyrannical strength. She had defeated 3 first-generation disciples of the ancient Een clan and made a name for herself. Those were true accomplishments, unlike Lin Ling, who had relied on his identity as a genius to make a name for himself but had never displayed his strength. So, many people were extremely fearful of An Ziyuan and An Yuer. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. However, there are only so many winter stone beasts. I wonder who they should belong to. Een Yi from the ancient Een clan looked coldly at An Ziyuan and Lin Ling. His meaning was obvious. He would never give up on the winter stone beasts. We're late. Since that's the case, let's rely on strength. All right. At this moment, on a cliff far away in the valley, a vine slowly extended down. There was a flower on the vine, and sitting on the flower was a handsome youth. He was the ancient withered tree clan's Atang. The situation had changed again and again. Currently, no one knew who would get the winter stone beasts. One was the withered tree ancient clan. The other was the ancient Een clan. The other was the ancient Anji clan. None of them were weak. Obviously, a fierce battle was unavoidable. The ancient Anji clan insulted my ancient Een clan last time. How about we deal with the 2 of them first? All right. That's an interesting suggestion, but I agree. All right. Een Yi and Ah Tang looked at each other and suddenly sneered. They had both suffered losses at the hands of the ancient Anji clan, so they formed a rare alliance today. Now, the situation had changed to the ancient Anji clan facing 2 other ancient clans. This caused An Yu and An Ziyuan to frown. In all fairness, it would be difficult for them to obtain this batch of winter demon beasts. The ancient Een clan destroyed my fire ancient clan's dark iron mine last time. How about this, ancient Anji clan, I join forces with you. All right. Chapter 165. The Strength of a Generation's Prodigy, Lin Ling. And Yuer turned around and couldn't help but feel delighted. During this period of time, Lin Ling's name had spread throughout the outer city. Even though Yuer didn't leave her residence, she still heard a little about him. The result was the same as what she'd guessed when she was in the Ancient Face sect. This youth was absolutely not a mediocre person, and his name would finally shake the entire city one day. Senior Sister and Lin Ling smiled as he walked over. When he saw Yuer, he was slightly surprised. However, when he thought about it, Senior Sister and had given him an unfathomable feeling when he was in the Ancient Face sect. Coupled with the fact that she had the surname of the ancient clan, it wasn't uncommon for her to be a disciple of one of the 8 great ancient clans. However, what made him happy was that at least he was able to see an old friend in Cloud Sea City. Little sister do you know him? And Ziyuan frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. That youth had threatened to form an alliance with them, but he wasn't familiar with that youth. And Yuer smiled and nodded. The Fire Ancient Clan's new prodigy. Yes. As soon as these words were spoken, and Ziyuan had an impression of him. Meanwhile, Yi and Tang laughed disdainfully. They'd naturally heard of the Fire Ancient Clan's new prodigy. However, this prodigy was only in name, yet he actually dared to join in on the fun. Lin Ling, there's nothing for you to do here. Leave immediately, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Tang from the Withered Wood Ancient Clan said indifferently. His tone was dignified. Lin Ling sneered and ignored him. Instead, he walked over to Yuer's side. How about we form an alliance? Then we'll split the Winter Demon Winter Stone beasts equally. Yes. Just as Ziyuan was about to say that Lin Ling wouldn't be of much help to them, Yuer spoke first. All right, let's form an alliance. Yes. Little sister And Ziyuan frowned slightly. He really couldn't understand why Yuer would ally with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a 3rd-generation disciple. He didn't know how strong he was. He only knew that his status was high. Wouldn't it be a loss for the Ziyuan ancient clan to ally with Lin Ling? Believe me, this alliance is good for us. And Yuer, on the other hand, was very confident in Lin Ling. She knew Lin Ling too well. This made Ziyuan want to say something, but he hesitated. He could only give up. In the distance, Yin and Yi laughed mockingly. If Lin Ling was here, they would be afraid. But Lin Ling? It was just an empty name. Since we have the upper hand, let's let them make the first move. The loser will leave this place and not touch the Summer Demon Winter Stone Beast. Tang smiled. Last time at the West Demon Mountain Mine, the Fire Ancient Clan tricked us. It was said that it was Lin Ling's idea. Today, leave this brat to me. Yi coldly stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, little sister Yuer and I will join hands to deal with Tang. Against Yi, you can only rely on yourself. Fight. And Ziyuan looked at Lin Ling and said. There were 5 people on Lin Ling's side, but the other 4 were weaker. Obviously, they weren't qualified to enter the battlefield of 1st-generation disciples. Lin Ling could only rely on himself. Yi isn't weak. Lin Ling, you have to be careful. And Yuer also said. Lin Ling nodded, took out the resurgent sword, and looked at Yi indifferently. The disciples of the 8 great ancient clans are divided into 3rd-generation disciples, 2nd-generation disciples, 1st-generation disciples, and 1st-generation geniuses. My strength is below the 1st-generation geniuses. Although you have the title of 1st-generation genius, it is only in name. Today, I will let you wake up and see what a 1st-generation genius is. Yi stepped forward. That was the strength of a 4-star martial spirit realm expert. His aura was extremely strange, gloomy and evil. His whole person was like a ghost king that came out of the ground. Jia. At the same time, ghost shadows appeared behind him. They were ghost heads. These ghost heads looked ferocious. Some of them had bleeding eyes, some of them bared their teeth, and some of them were smiling evilly. Eight-faced ghost demon. This was his innate spirit body. This spirit body allowed him to control 8 kinds of ghosts. Through continuous blood sacrifice, the 8 kinds of ghosts could become a ghost king. After the appearance of the 8-faced ghost demon, a cold wind blew in the valley. Even in Yuer, Tang, and the others who were already fighting frowned. The ancient Yin clan was too mysterious. They usually hid in the dark, but once they came out of the water, it was as if they came from the underworld. The Imperial Ghost Clan was indeed worthy of their reputation. 8 ghost whales, you will become food for me, the Ghost King. I hope your soul is strong enough. Go. Morning Ghost, go. Go. Yi arrogantly pointed, and one of the ghost heads behind him let out a woo-woo sound as it flew out. It covered the sky and covered the sun, and a cold wind blew. The Yin Qi made people's bodies feel cold, and they felt sleepy. So cold. Go. Lin Alfeng and the others' faces turned pale. Obviously, the Yin Qi had affected people's souls. You guys leave the valley first. Come back when it is over. Lin Ling turned around and said. Lin Alfeng and the others did not dare to stay and quickly left. This level of battle was not something they could watch. You should take care of yourself. Ha! Yin Ye's disdainful laughter came from the distance. His ghost king could devour souls, so how could Lin Ling block it? Unfortunately, he did not know that Lin Ling's soul force was stronger than his. Fire counters Yin. I want to see if your ghost is stronger or my flame is stronger. Lin Ling sneered, and blue flames erupted from his body. The ghost rushed over and was immediately burned by the flames, making it cry out in pain. Ha! Yi frowned. He did not expect Lin Ling's flame to be so strong. Go, dismemberment ghost. Ha! Yi waved his hand again. Another ghost king shot towards Lin Ling. As soon as this ghost king appeared, a large number of cries could be heard around the valley. Many indescribable illusions appeared. They were images of people being executed by 1,000 cuts. The scene was horrifying. You are right. The 8 great ancient clans' disciples are divided into different strengths. But I think you are only a 2nd-generation disciple. Ha! Lin Ling was fearless. Holding the Brilliance Resurgent sword, he stepped on the ground and shot towards Yi. His sword was currently filled with flames. Swish! Along the way, all the scenes of dismemberment were cut off by Lin Ling's sword, and the flames continued to burn. For ghost coffin bearers, go. Go. Yin Ye's expression was somewhat unsightly. After 2 moves, Lin Ling was still unscathed. This made his previous boast extremely mocking. Below the heavens chosen of the generation, he was only so-so. Therefore, he used his true strength. For ghost kings drew a strange trail and rushed towards Lin Ling suddenly. A cold wind blew. Fire dance bright sun. Blue flames erupted from Lin Lingjin's body, emitting explosive sounds. His entire body disappeared as he slashed at the 4 ghost kings. The ghost kings were very fast, and ordinary people would not be able to catch their tracks. However, Lin Ling's fire dance bright sun was even faster. Pop. 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 In the air, an explosion sounded. No one could see who made the move. They could only see that the 4 ghost kings were inexplicably injured by the flames and exploded into pieces. 3rd-generation flame technique. Boom. Yin Ye's gaze froze. He had heard of this technique before. It was an extremely powerful technique in the fire attribute martial arts. However, Lin Ling was only 16 years old. How could he learn the 3rd-generation flame technique? You have a good eye, but let's see if you can take it. Boom. At this moment, Yi heard a cold voice. Then, a blue light flashed in front of his eyes. He saw blue flames dancing in the air, and his heart instantly became heavy. The third generation flame technique was not over yet. After killing the 4 ghost kings, it was actually coming for him. Chapter 166. Deserving of Fame, Dark Ghost Mask. In the blink of an eye, Yi roared. The 4 ghost kings behind him screamed in pain. They twisted and merged together, turning into a huge human face mask, and then blocked in front of him. Rumble. As soon as the mask appeared, fire danced. Dazzling sun slashed at it, producing a deafening explosion, causing small cracks to appear on the mask. However, the last slash, fire dance brilliant sun, was blocked in the end. Kiki. The mask let out a strange laugh. Upon closer inspection, it looked like a human face, but it also looked like a fox's face. However, it seemed to be laughing because of pain. His strength has increased tremendously. On the other side, Anuere was secretly astonished. Although she had long guessed that Lin Ling's growth would be so fast, seeing it with her own eyes still made her feel like she was dreaming. As for Nziyuan, he was even more surprised. Lin Ling's title as the heaven's favorite of this generation did not seem to be a pretense created by the extreme flame ancestor. He really did have the corresponding strength. Not bad, you have some strength. You can barely enter my eyes. But now, I'm going to be serious. Yi's face was a little distorted. He had underestimated Lin Ling, but he believed that Lin Ling was using his full strength. Unfortunately, he hadn't used his full strength yet. 8 ghosts enter the body. Woo woo woo. The ghosts behind Yi exploded, turning into countless ghost heads, and then surged into Yi's body. Every time a ghost entered, Yi's body trembled, and he let out a cry of pain. His face twisted even more. However, every time he swallowed a ghost, Yi's strength would increase by a bit. Clearly, this martial art was extremely powerful. It used the strength of the ghost to strengthen itself. The peak of the 5-star martial spirit realm. In a sense, Yi might have already entered the 6-star martial spirit realm. Looking at this scene, Nziyuan's expression became extremely grave. The Ghost Imperial clan was simply too powerful. From another perspective, Yi probably already had the strength of a prodigy. You're just a junior disciple, yet you've forced me to use this move. Even if you die, you'll die with honor. I originally wanted to use this move against Lin Ming. After the 8 ghosts entered his body, Yi's voice also changed. It became sharper, sounding neither male nor female. His body had also changed. He was taller, and there were complicated runes on his face. His claws were long, and his tongue was like that of a hanged ghost. You keep talking about Lin Ming. Unfortunately, you can't even defeat me. How can you be my brother Lin Ming's opponent? Don't tell me you think you're the only one who has a hidden trump card? Staring at Yi, who was neither a human nor a ghost, Lin Ling's eyes flashed with coldness. With a clap of his left hand, 2 pills appeared, the flaming pill and the dragon tiger pill. He then swallowed them. The current Yi's strength had indeed increased. Therefore, Lin Ling did not dare to underestimate him and used medicinal pills. As the elixir entered his body, the same tyrannical aura burst out. On the other side, Nziyuan and the other 2 were stunned. Lin Ling was only at the 3-star martial spirit realm. He should be proud that he could force Yi to use his full strength, but he still had a hidden killer move. How could Lin Ling be so strong? What puzzled them the most was that Lin Ling was so strong, but he didn't have much of a reputation in Ocean of Cloud City. He only had the reputation of being a genius of the generation. Rumble. The flaming pill caused the flames on Lin Ling's body to burn even more vigorously, and the flames around him had already reached a radius of 10 meters. On the other hand, the dragon tiger pill made Lin Ling seem like an enormous demon beast, and the ground beneath him cracked. At this moment, everyone wasn't looking at a human, but a demon. Whoosh! Lin Ling took a step forward and pounced towards Yin Yi. His surging baleful aura caused the rocks in the distant valley to creak. If Lin Ling was a demon, then Yin Yi was a ghost. It had turned into a battle between demons and ghosts. You actually hit a trump card when facing me. Yin Yi was deeply humiliated in his heart. He roared towards the sky, opened his arms, and pounced towards Lin Ling. During this process, his entire body surged with Yin energy, and ghosts appeared from time to time. Swoosh! The ghost claw and enormous sword collided in midair, causing a wave of scorching energy to assault the face and shake the valley. And Ziyuan and the others stopped fighting and looked over with shock. Swoosh! A moment later, a figure was blasted flying like a sandbag and smashed heavily against the ground. How could this be possible? I've 8 ghosts in my body and intimidated the world. How could I possibly lose to you? It was Yin Yi who'd been blasted flying. There was a sword mark on his chest, and blue flames were burning on the wound. Is 8 ghosts in your body something to be proud of? My physical strength is 50,000 kilograms, and my innate spirit body is at the 5th grade. Now, it's at the 6th grade. You can be proud before me? A low voice resounded from Lin Ling's mouth. He was like a god of flames as he walked step by step towards Yin Yi, causing the ground to tremble. And Ziyuan and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling probably possessed the strength of a genius of the generation. A genius of the generation at the age of 16 was simply terrifying. No wonder Ancestor Taiyan thought so highly of him. He truly deserved the title of genius of the generation. You! On the ground, Yin Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was extremely ferocious. With your strength, you dare to be proud of being a genius of the generation? Don't tell me there's no one else in your ancient Yin clan. Lin Ling continued forward. Pfft! Yin Yi spat out another mouthful of blood. His pride had been trampled on by Lin Ling, not to mention you. Even if it's a genius of your ancient Yin clan, I'm not afraid. Lin Ling arrived in front of Yin Yi and said indifferently. Pfft! Yin Yi spat out a third mouthful of blood, and then his whole body twitched as the ghosts in his body clashed back and forth. The next moment, his eyes turned white, and he completely lost consciousness. No one knew if he was dead or unconscious. Lin Ling frowned and pondered for a moment, but he was too lazy to pay any more attention to him. In his heart, Yin Yi was not even an opponent. Perhaps only the young man he met in the West Demon Mountain could catch Lin Ling's eye, and that young man was also a genius of the ancient Yin clan. With Yin Ye's defeat, only Ah Tang of the Dead Tree clan was left. He was no longer a threat. Although he was one of the geniuses of the Dead Tree clan, he was no match for Lin Ling. The Fire Ancient clan is about to rise. Other than Lin Ming, the other genius of the generation is not weak. Ah Tang's expression was extremely complicated. He knew that it was useless to stay any longer. His body emitted a green aura, and then he disappeared. Only a vine was left in the place where he was originally standing. This was a kind of speed movement technique, and it worked every time when he was escaping. Flaming Sky Cross Slash. Boom! Lin Ling looked indifferently in a certain direction and gently slashed out. Puff! In that direction, a mouthful of blood was spat on the rock. Obviously, Lin Ling had grasped Ah Tang's tracks and slashed out. Of course, this slash was just to teach him a lesson. You want to leave without saying goodbye? Lin Ling's cold voice came out of his mouth. Lin Ling, you. Chapter 167. Surprise troops. Lin Ling, your strength has risen so quickly. After the battle ended, and Yuer walked over. She looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of shock. This young man had surprised her time and time again, as if there was no limit to what he could do. I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled faintly and didn't continue on this topic. Then, he looked at the winter stone demons in the valley. Lin Ling, you can take 60%. After all, you're the one who put in the effort. We're just taking advantage of you. And Ziyuan knew what Lin Ling was thinking and smiled politely. His attitude and disbelief at the beginning had already changed 180 degrees. This was because Lin Ling's identity as a heaven's pride was well deserved. Currently, in Donghua Mountain, aside from the 8 prodigies of the 8 great ancient clans, there was one more prodigy. Perhaps this unknown prodigy could change the situation of this hunt. If that's the case, then I won't be unreasonable. Lin Ling nodded and did not refuse. After all, he had contributed a lot. Then, he asked Lin Aofeng and the others to come in and collect the summer demon winter stone beasts in the valley. Time passed slowly, and all the winter stone beasts in the Donghua Mountain were finally collected. The hunt was not over yet, so it was time to plunder. Plundering was the key to hunting. No matter how many summer demon winter stone beasts you collected, if you couldn't protect them, you would only be making a wedding dress for someone else. For a moment, the atmosphere of Donghua Mountain became heavy. The people of various ancient races and powers began to gather to prevent others from plundering them. At the same time, they were plundering the winter stone beasts of others. At the same time, Lin Ling received a message from Lin Ming, asking them to return to the Fire Ancient Clan's camp. Lin Ling, do you have any plans? Along the way, Lin Ling said to Lin Aofeng and the others. Lin Ling frowned. He did not want to return to the Fire Ancient Clan's camp. He had other ideas. Winter snow danced in the air, and a hazy gray fog covered Donghua Mountain, adding an oppressive atmosphere to the mountain range. At this moment, within the endless mountain range, the various ancient races and powers were already in a state of conflict. For the sake of their family's honor, they were fighting over the winter demon stone beast. Hand over the winter stone beast. I don't want to kill too much. Dream on. We, the ancient mountain tribe, have never been afraid of anyone. If anyone is going to hand it over, it's you. Kill. You're from the ancient Yin race? You actually pretended to be one of us and ambushed us. You can only blame yourselves for being stupid. I'll kindly accept your winter stone beast. Hee hee, alone? You are unlucky to have met a first-generation disciple of the ancient Wind clan. Really? There are 12 of you, but that's still too few. Stop putting on an act. Hand over the rune pouch, and we might spare your life on account of the fact that you're a prodigy of the ancient race. Looks like the pride of our ancient race is pretty big. However, do you know my name? Sima Zhangtian. Sima Zhangtian? You're a prodigy of the ancient Deadwood clan. Correct. Unfortunately, there's no prize. On the contrary, all of you are going to die here. Although Donghua Mountain was in chaos, there was no doubt that as the prodigies of the various ancient races, they were the backbone of the ancient race disciples. The prodigy of the ancient Zhang clan's water controller clan, Zhang Yixiao. The mysterious youth of the ancient Yin race, Mei. The prodigy of the ancient Deadwood clan, Sima Zhangtian. The prodigy of the heaven-defying clan, Lion Roar. The prodigy of the ancient mountain tribe, Zhang Tashan. The prodigy of the ancient Anji clan, Tianleng. The prodigy of the ancient Wind clan, Zhou Fengyi. And the prodigies of the Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ling and Lin Ming. These geniuses had risen to fame. Among them, Lin Ming was considered to be one of the new geniuses. However, his strength was not recognized, and many people still ignored him. The 8 prodigies were like flags that made the disciples of the clans gather around them, forming a base camp to protect their fruits of labor, the winter demon winter stone beast. Time passed quietly, and a temporary silence appeared on the battlefield of Donghua Mountain. Currently, the 8 ancient clans had set up their own camps, and the disciples of the clans gathered together. It was obviously very difficult to plunder. As for the other factions, they didn't have any outstanding performance this year. They were either eliminated or joined the 8 ancient clans. However, the 8 ancient clans were biding their time and maintaining the same situation. This wasn't something that many people wanted to see, especially those ancient clans with lesser gains. They weren't willing to be last place in a month's time. This kind of situation had been like this in previous years. Over time, an unwritten rule appeared. The prodigies of the 8 ancient clans would start the Rising Dragon battle. The Rising Dragon battle was a single elimination tournament. The loser would have to offer up a portion of the Winter Demon Winter Stone Beast to the other ancient clans. If they kept losing, they would go bankrupt and be eliminated. In this way, this was the time to compete with the prodigies of a generation. Donghua Mountain, Heaven's Lookout Corner. 8 figures appeared on the mountain range. They were the prodigies of the 8 ancient clans. They didn't bring many people with them, only one follower. This was because they were wary of any tricks. Although the Rising Dragon battle was an unwritten rule, there were still many people who did not abide by the rules. The Imperial City Hunt valued results, not rules. Thus, no one would be so foolish as to bring an ancient clan disciple with them. Once an accident occurred, all the Summer Demon Winter Stone Beasts would be snatched away. The prodigies of the Zhang clan, the Withered Tree clan, and the Ancient Yin clan are all here. I'm not afraid of them playing any tricks. On a mountain peak, Lin Ming looked at a few people in the distance. If these prodigies didn't come, then Lin Ming would have to leave. This was because the other side's prodigies might sneak attack their base camp. Without Lin Ming in their base camp, no one would be able to stop the other side's prodigies. In the end, everything would be stolen. Similarly, the prodigies of the other ancient clans had the same thought. Good, it seems like everyone is following the rules. This is the best. We can avoid unnecessary deaths. Next, let's start drawing lots. If we lose, remember to let the people of the clan give us the Winter Demon Winter Stone Beast. 30,000 pieces each time. The ancient clan's Zhang Yixiao's voice rang out. He seemed to think that he was the leader of the prodigies. The others snorted coldly. They were extremely unhappy, but they couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Hee, Lin Ming, I heard that your harvest this time was pretty good. Therefore, I'm looking forward to winning against you and then snatching your ancient clan's harvest. Sima Zhangtian, bring it on. Before the battle started, the prodigies of the generation were already opposing each other. These people are looking down on us too much. My brother Lin Ling is also a prodigy of the generation. They actually didn't invite him to this Rising Dragon battle. Lin Ming said to a disciple of the Lin clan beside him. Perhaps they're afraid that with one more person from the Lin clan participating, the chances of losing would be higher. Therefore, they didn't invite brother Lin Ling. In the end, they still don't acknowledge brother Lin Ling's status as a prodigy of the generation. However, I sent a voice transmission to brother Lin Ling, but he didn't want to come. He said that he had something important to do. I don't know what it is. Lin Ming said. Chapter 168. What a crazy idea. Atop a cliff within Donghua Mountain, Lin Ling stared off into the distance. Has the Rising Dragon battle begun? Lin Ling, you're also a genius of this generation. Why won't they allow you to participate? This is too unreasonable. Lin Alfeng and the others said unwillingly. Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all. If he had participated in the arena battles, he might have been able to win a few rounds and bring glory to the ancient Yen tribe. In the end, who knew that the other ancient clans wouldn't recognize Lin Ling's identity as a prodigy? They wouldn't allow anyone from the Lin clan to participate in the arena battles. Wasn't this the same as the other ancient clans ganging up to bully the Fire Ancient clan? I'm not interested in participating in that kind of arena battle. Moreover, I've discovered something that interests me even more. Lin Ling was still looking into the distance, and the corners of his mouth curled up. What? Not interested? Lin Alfeng, Lin Chengxiang, and Lin Feng all looked at Lin Ling. They blinked, their faces filled with confusion. Lin Ling turned to look at them and smiled. Right now, all the heaven's favorites of the various clans have gone to participate in the Rising Dragon battle. This means that there are no powerful cultivators among the ancient clans. How could we miss out on such an opportunity? You mean, Lin Alfeng sucked in a breath of cold air. He somewhat understood what Lin Ling meant. Lin Ling wanted to seize the summer demon winter stone grass while the geniuses of the various clans were away. This was a crazy idea. However, it wasn't impossible. Currently, the geniuses of the various ancient clans weren't at their headquarters. If Lin Ling's strength was enough to defeat the disciples of the various ancient clans, then this idea could very well be realized. Alright, what do we need to do? Lin Alfeng and Lin Changqiang looked at each other and became excited. One could imagine that when the various prodigies of the various clans finished their arena battles and were about to return with a full load, they would discover that the treasures of the ancient clans had been stolen. That kind of depression would probably be even worse than raping their wives. You guys need to find the person who owns the summer demon winter stone grass. Lin Ling said. There were many disciples from the various ancient clans. If they could not identify the person who possessed the winter demon beast, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, the various ancient clans would not place the winter demon beast on one person. Instead, they would split it into 3 portions and let 3 people hold on to it. This was the case for the ancient Flame Clan. This time, the 3 of them were in charge of keeping all the loot from Donghua Mountain. This is difficult, but we will definitely. Lin Feng was Lin Feng. Lin Ling smiled. As long as you find him, you can leave the rest to me. The ancient Zhang clan. If he wanted to go to the ancient race's Zhang family, he had to get a few sets of clothes from the ancient race of Deadwood. Because the ancient race's Zhang family and the ancient race of Deadwood were allies, those clothes would increase their trust. The clothes were easy to get. They just had to kill a few disciples of the ancient Dead Tree clan. Soon, a few fake disciples of the ancient Dead Tree clan walked toward the ancient Zhang clan's base camp. Stop. This is the territory of the ancient Zhang clan. Who allowed you to come near? The disciples of the ancient Zhang clan were on high alert. They occupied a mountain range. When Lin Ling and the rest approached, a cold voice rang out. Don't be nervous. We are disciples of the ancient Dead Tree clan. We are here on orders from our clan to make friends. Lin Changqiang smiled and waved his hand. At the mountain range, a few disciples of the Zhang family frowned. After exchanging glances, one of them jumped down from a high place. Obviously, if the person who came was a disciple of another ancient family, they would immediately start fighting without saying a word. However, if it was the Witheredwood ancient clan, the 2 families would not openly compete with each other, even though they were allies on the surface. Big brother, how many summer demon winter stone grass have you found? This time, we are here to find out. We have no other intentions. Lin Changqiang smiled politely. At the same time, he passed over a rune bag with a few thousand bottles of energy-gathering pills. The disciple of the ancient Zhang clan smiled. His attitude was much better. Find out? What do you mean? Hee hee. Currently, we are the 8 great ancient clans. None of us know how much the other ancient clans have gained. So, we are here to find out where our clan will be ranked. Besides, last year, there were a total of 900,000 winter stone beasts in the hunting ground, and they were divided among the 8 great ancient clans. This year, based on that number, we know how many winter stone beasts the ancient clans have. Then, we'll know how many winter stone beasts the other ancient clans have. Lin Changqiang smiled and found an excuse to get closer. That's a good idea. Know yourself and know your enemy. You will be victorious in every battle. Follow me. The disciple of the ancient Zhang clan nodded and led the group into the mountain range. There were many disciples of the ancient Zhang clan in the mountain range. Some were cooking, some were on guard, and their discipline was very strict. The disciple brought Lin Ling and the rest to see the current leader, who was the second strongest disciple of the generation. When the youth saw Lin Ling and the rest, he frowned. Especially when he looked at Lin Ling, he felt a sense of familiarity. "Senior, we are here on Sima Zhangtian's orders. We would like to ask about the ancient clan's gains." Lin Changxiang knew this very well. He got closer and took out a spirit crystal. The youth's eyes lit up. He no longer looked at Lin Ling and smiled. "We know why you are here. However, how much did your ancient dead tree clan gain?" "We counted. A total of 70,000. Lin Changxiang immediately said. The youth nodded. The ancient dead tree clan had 70,000 summer demon winter stone grass. It didn't seem like much. This meant that the other ancient clans had more. Our Zhang clan still needs to count. The youth waved his hand to the person behind him. Immediately, that person turned and left. Lin Ling remained silent. However, his soul force spread out and locked onto that person. He knew that as long as he followed that person, he would know where the ancient Zhang clan was hiding the summer demon winter stone grass. After a moment, Lin Ling smiled. That person went to a total of 3 places. 2 of them were out of the range of Lin Ling's soul force, so Lin Ling lost track of them. However, one of them was nearby, so Lin Ling's soul force locked onto him. As long as he could get one person's rune pouch, the summer demon winter stone grass would be enough. Not long after, the person in charge of asking about the number came back and said, "Our Zhang clan has a bit better. A total of 90,000. 90,000, this means that one person has over 30,000. Lin Ling was secretly delighted. "Thank you. Our 2 clans have a total of 160,000. The total number of Winter Flower Mountain's people is about 900,000. Damn, the Fire Ancient Clan, Anji Ancient Clan, and other ancient clans have gained quite a lot." Lin Changxiang pretended to be angry. The youth was a little unwilling to give up. Through this method, they could indeed calculate the gains of the other ancient clans. He coldly snorted and said, "Don't worry, our Zhang clan will make them spit it out during the Rising Dragon battle." "That's right. Our ancient dead tree clan is not to be trifled with. Senior, I will take my leave first. I still have to go to the other ancient clans to take a look." Lin Changxiang coldly snorted and left with Lin Ling and the others. Chapter 169. Snatch. Lin Changxiang and the rest slowly left the mountain range. Lin Ling, on the other hand, quietly turned around and headed towards the mountain range of the Zhang family. His soul force was extremely powerful, and he was able to sense the people around him. His journey was extremely smooth, and his target was one of the people who possessed the winter flower beast. In truth, if it wasn't for the little episode from before that allowed Lin Ling to find that person, it would really be like finding a needle in a haystack. But now, as long as he knew who that person was, things would be much easier. At present, there were not many people in the Zhang family that could stop him. A moment later, Lin Ling arrived at the hill where the disciple was hiding. At this moment, that disciple was roasting meat with a few others. On the surface, he looked extremely ordinary. Even among the disciples of the Zhang clan, only a few knew that he was the person who was hiding the winter stone beast. "Who is it?" Lin Ling's appearance was extremely open and aboveboard, causing those barbecuing youths to be stunned. "The person who stole your winter stone beast." Lin Ling smiled and walked forward slowly. "What do you mean? If you want to snatch the winter stone beast, why are you looking for us? We're just ordinary 3rd-generation disciples." One of them frowned and said. He seemed to think that Lin Ling still didn't know his background. Moreover, when he said this, he secretly gave a look to the people beside him, telling them to immediately inform the other disciples. "You hid it very well. If it were any other time, I would definitely have been fooled. Unfortunately, once you saw through it, it's useless to hide it anymore." Lin Ling looked calm, but his pace quickened. When he arrived in front of that disciple, he waved his hand. Unknowingly, the muscles on his arm had become solid, just like an ape's arm. He abruptly grabbed that disciple's neck with one hand, while his other hand searched the disciple's body for a symbol bag and quickly kept it. What are you doing? Do you feel a sense of accomplishment for bullying a third-generation disciple like me? That disciple immediately panicked. Lin Ling coldly smiled. Since you're a third-generation disciple, then your rune bag shouldn't have anything valuable. Why are you so nervous? That disciple immediately didn't know what to say. At the same time, the other Zhang clan disciples that received the news had arrived in succession, and they completely surrounded this group of hills to the point not even a drop of water could pass through. Since you're a third-generation disciple, why do they value you so much? Almost all of the clan's disciples have been mobilized. Lin Ling turned and stared into the distance, his words causing the countenance of that disciple to turn even more unsightly. He guessed that this young man must have seen through his identity. Involuntarily, he coldly laughed. Seems like you are smart enough to know that I'm the owner of the Winterstone Beast. But so what if you know? Can you even escape from here? You don't have to worry about that. Lin Ling tossed the disciple aside. Looking at the endless stream of Zhang clan disciples, he smiled faintly. With a stomp of his foot, he shot forward, intending to use brute force to open up a path. Stop him. You're courting death. How dare you come to the headquarters of our Zhang family? Since you're here, then stay. Rumble. Unfortunately, these people couldn't stop Lin Ling at all. Lin Ling didn't use the ability of flames. Instead, he swallowed the dragon tiger pill, which gave him boundless strength. It wasn't difficult for him to open up a path in a short period of time. He forcefully tore open a path in the sea of people and rushed out along the path. Then, he tyrannically rushed out of the mountain range. By the time more people of the Zhang clan arrived at the mountain, Lin Ling had already disappeared without a trace. Bastard, who is that guy? The second strongest disciple of the Zhang clan rushed over after hearing the news. However, he was too late. He was so angry that smoke came out of his throat. That young man looks familiar. I think he's the one from the Withered Tree clan. A disciple recalled. So it's him. I was wondering why he would suddenly come to our Zhang clan's territory. It turns out that he already had ulterior motives. Since the Withered Tree clan made the first move, then don't blame our Zhang clan. The young man coldly said, therefore, the disciples of the Zhang clan are preparing to head to the Withered Tree clan's territory. At this moment, far away from the mountain range, Lin Changxiang and the rest were anxiously waiting. Not long after, they saw a figure rapidly approaching and immediately felt relieved. Lin Ling was back. How was it? Lin Alfeng hurriedly rushed over and asked. Lin Ling smiled and waved his right hand. The rune bag from the Zhang clan appeared. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. 30,000 summer demon winter stone beasts are in my hands. Good job, Awesome. Lin Alfeng and the rest were overjoyed and extremely excited. Lin Feng laughed a few times and said, then which ancient clan is our next target? Ancient Yin clan. Let's use the old method. Lin Ling looked into the distance and revealed a cold smile. Good. If the Ancient Yin clan also succeeds, with these two gains and our Fire Ancient clan's previous gains, we will definitely be able to rush to the top 3. Lin Alfeng and the rest were all in high spirits. Let's go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The few of them ran towards the Ancient Yin clan's territory. The Ancient Yin clan was naturally fond of the dark. They were in a dense forest where no sound could be heard and no traces of anyone could be seen. It was like a ghost forest. However, this wasn't a problem for Lin Ling and the rest. The Ancient Yin clan and the Zhang clan were allies. As long as they wore the Zhang clan's clothes, they could naturally sneak in. While Lin Ling and the others were heading to the Ancient Yin clan, the ancient clan's Zhang clan's disciples found the ancient Deadwood clan's people in a rage and started fighting. The disciples of the Withered Wood ancient clan were confused. However, since the other party had come knocking, they naturally wouldn't be lenient. As the disciples of the two ancient clans fought, the ancient Yin clan's summer demon winter stone beasts were also snatched by Lin Ling and the rest. After Lin Ling and the rest snatched them, they immediately rushed towards the Withered Wood ancient clan to fish in troubled waters. For a moment, the Winter Flower Mountain was in chaos. As for the Rising Dragon battle, the arena battle was the main theme in previous years. However, it didn't seem important this year. The geniuses of the Zhang clan, Withered Wood ancient clan, and ancient Yin clan all received voice transmissions from their disciples that the summer demon winter stone beasts had been snatched. If that was the case, what was the point of the Rising Dragon battle? Good, Sima Zhangtian, your Withered Wood ancient clan isn't righteous. You actually want to form an alliance. Zhang Yixiao, your Zhang clan isn't any better. I received a voice transmission from the ancient Yin clan's disciples. You guys actually came to snatch our harvest. What nonsense are you talking about? The ancient clans of the three alliances started to suspect each other. As for the geniuses of the Fire ancient clan and Anji ancient clan, they were all confused. Of course, they were happy to see this kind of thing happen. They just wanted to watch a good show. Let's go. Let's go. After the Rising Dragon battle was cancelled, the geniuses of the various ancient clans were worried about the winter stone beasts and rushed back. After going back and asking, they naturally felt that something was wrong. For example, the Withered Wood ancient clan snatched the Zhang clan's harvest. With the personality of the Withered Wood ancient clan's genius, Sima Zhangtian, if he really did it, it wouldn't be a big deal if he admitted it. However, Sima Zhangtian insisted that he didn't give the order at all. Similarly, Zhang Yixiao also patted his chest and said that he didn't let anyone snatch the ancient Yin clan's harvest. Then there was a problem. Who was it that used the name of the ancient clans to snatch the harvest of their allies? Chapter 170. I remember now. That young man looks familiar. He's the one who extorted 3,000 spirit crystals from our Zhang clan at the Immortal Gathering Tower. I think he's the new Heaven's Pride of the Fire ancient clan. The young man from the Zhang clan recalled. Lin Ling? Zhang Yixiao's eyes were spitting fire. Their Heaven's Pride had organized the Rising Dragon battle. Although Lin Ling was also a Heaven's Pride, they didn't invite him. This was a form of contempt. However, Lin Ling didn't even bother to participate in the Rising Dragon battle. Instead, he took advantage of their absence to rob them of their loot. This action was undoubtedly a slap to everyone's face. Find him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Roar. Zhang Yixiao roared and issued an order to the clan's disciples. At the same time, he notified the other two ancient clans. The Dead Tree ancient clan and the ancient Yin clan were also furious. They felt as if they had been played by Lin Ling. Thus, the three ancient clans frantically searched for Lin Ling in Donghua Mountain. They had to capture Lin Ling before the end of the hunting competition. When the news spread out, the other ancient races were shocked when they caught wind of it. Lin Ming, on the other hand, burst out laughing excitedly. Lin Ling had plundered the spoils of the three clans. Once the hunt was over, the ancient flame race would definitely be number one. Brother Lin Ling, they're all looking for you. Come back to me. Lin Ling hurriedly used the mother-child worm to notify Lin Ling. Lin Ling was currently hiding in the mountain range. He smiled and replied, there are many disciples in the clan. Although it seems to be the safest place, if Brother Lin Ling can think this way, then so can the Zhang clan. Right now, they're probably hiding nearby, waiting for me to appear. Therefore, it's better to separate from you guys. Alright. That's a good idea. You have to be careful. If you encounter any trouble, you must notify us. Lin Ming nodded. If it was just the Zhang family, the Fire Ancient clan wouldn't be afraid at all. However, now that the other party had joined forces with 3 other ancient clans, the Fire Ancient clan couldn't act rashly. Sister the Lin Ling you know is really amazing. He robbed the 3 ancient tribes. That's really a big deal. And Tianlong, the prodigy of the Anji ancient clan, couldn't help but laugh. And Yuer was also surprised. She laughed and said, "Brother, what do we do now?" Lin Ling stole the spoils of the 3 ancient clans. Once the hunt is over, the 3 ancient clans will definitely be ranked behind us. That's why we have to help this Lin Ling. However, the most important thing right now is to join forces with the Fire Ancient clan and form an alliance. And Tian said coldly. His eyes shone with wisdom. After all, after the Zhang clan and the others were robbed, the 3 ancient clans have formed an alliance. They might use the alliance's name to wipe out any of our ancient clans. Good. And Yuer nodded. The Mountain Ancient clan also had the same idea. In fact, they were one step ahead of the Anji Ancient clan and had already reached the borders of the Fire Ancient clan's territory to form an alliance. No matter how one looked at it, this matter was beneficial to them. After all, as long as they could hold on for a while, the Zhang clan and the other ancient clans would definitely be ranked lower than them. For a moment, the entire Donghua mountain was stirred up because of Lin Ling alone. Moreover, they were getting closer and closer to opening the hunting ground. Our heaven-defying clan has benefited from this. Lin Ling is just a piece of rat shit. If we can catch him, our heaven-defying clan will definitely get first place. The heaven-defying clan was an independent ancient clan. Their prodigy, Shi couldn't help but be overjoyed. In his opinion, Lin Ling was a free lunch. Little ones, listen to my orders. Sense the heaven and earth and find a young man called Lin Ling. The heaven-defying clan cultivated with rage energy. This ancient clan had a long history and had been passed down since ancient times. Their cultivation method was different from ordinary warriors. Although they had few members, they were born with soul power, which was their advantage. Hundreds of disciples of the heaven-defying clan released their soul force at the same time and slowly searched the entire Donghua mountain. They were confident that they could find Lin Ling faster than the other ancient clans. As long as they found him, with Shi strength, Lin Ling's summer demon winter stone beast would still belong to the heaven-defying clan. Hundreds of people's soul forces spread out like dark clouds, passing through the mountain range as they continued their search. At the same time, Lin Ling, Lin Aofeng, and a few others were in a cave. They were burning a fire and roasting meat as they waited for the hunting ground to open. Someone is checking on us? At this moment, Lin Ling frowned. His soul power was even more sensitive. He could clearly feel that someone was using their eyes to observe them. Since they were in the cave, it was obvious that the other party was using their soul power. He did not expect that there would be someone with such a sensitive soul force in Donghua Mountain. This made Lin Ling secretly surprised. Found you. Hand over the winter stone beast and I will spare your life. At this moment, a proud voice rang out in the cave, causing Lin Aofeng and the others to change their expressions. Lin Ling waved his hand and said, "Don't panic. That's just soul force. The other party is still far away from us." You know about soul force? Seems like you know more than I thought. But it's useless. Soul force is a unique ability of the heaven-defying clan. Even if you know about it, can you resist? Hand over the winter stone beast or you will die. The proud voice rang out again. Lin Ling's soul force continued to spread out. He gradually smiled. At first, he thought that someone's soul force was stronger than his. Who knew that after a while, he realized that the other party's soul force was extremely mixed. It seemed like it was formed by many people and then controlled by one person. What if I don't hand it over? Lin Ling shrugged and said lightly. If you don't hand it over, you will die now. The voice was extremely domineering. All right, then I will see how you will kill me. Lin Ling did not care at all. He sat down again and continued to roast meat. Ignorant child. You will never know the strength of the heaven-defying clan. Since that's the case, I will tear your soul apart. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the cave suddenly became oppressive. A small white person half the height of a human appeared. He held a white sword in his hand and shot towards Lin Ling with an imposing aura. This was an attack formed by soul force. Lin Alfeng and the others could not see or sense it at all. Only Lin Ling could sense it. He was secretly shocked. This was the first time he saw a soul force attack. It was really strange. However, although the small person was lifelike and had an imposing aura, he still had a feeling that the small person's soul force was not as strong as his. It was just that he did not know how to use soul force. Chi. With that thought, Lin Ling's soul force rushed out crazily and turned into a big hand. He suddenly grabbed the small person's sword. How is this possible? You blocked my sword of raging soul. This sword should have shattered your soul. The small person said in surprise. Why is it impossible? You are not the only one who has soul force. Moreover, your soul force is not as strong as mine. Lin Ling was still sitting and eating, but his soul force had firmly blocked the small person's sword. Chapter 171. To stun the audience, it was no wonder that Lion Roar was unwilling to give up. After all, the White Dwarf was a prodigy of the heaven-defying clan. Lion Roar's soul power was blocked by a young man who was a few years younger than him. This was a great insult to him. Unfortunately, the cultivation of soul force was very difficult. Currently, he only knew one kind of attack. After his attack was blocked, he immediately had no other choice but to personally come. As for the soul power of everyone in their race, none of them would be a match for Lin Ling in a one-on-one battle. They could only team up to search for Lin Ling, the heaven-defying clan. I thought it was some kind of proud clan, but it's just a so-so. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he ate the barbecued meat. Don't be too arrogant. Just you wait, I'll find you myself. Then I hope you come quickly, because the hunt is about to end. Lin Ling replied fearlessly. Then, he sensed carefully and found that the feeling of being watched had disappeared. It seemed that the people of the heaven-defying tribe knew that soul power was useless against him, so they had come personally. Leave the cave. The heaven-defying clan is here. Lin Ling knew that time was of the essence, so he hurriedly instructed. A moment later, they left the cave and began to flee in the mountains. Not long after Lin Ling and the others left, the people of the heaven-defying clan arrived at the cave. However, they were still too late. Time is running out. We must find Lin Ling before the hunting ground opens. Shi Ho's face was extremely cold, and his hair stood on end like steel needles. Yes. This time, the 4 great ancient clans were all looking for Lin Ling. Lin Ling and the others were on the run. Halfway through, Lin Ling asked Lin Alfeng and the others to return to the Fire Ancient Clan's headquarters. It would be easier for him to escape alone. Lin Alfeng and the others weren't fools. They knew the crux of the matter, so they quickly left. It's him? It seems to be Lin Ling. I found him. Capture him? Due to the soul power of the heaven-defying tribe, it was impossible for Lin Ling to stay in one place for a long time. He had to move around constantly. In this way, it was easy for others to find him. After all, the 4 ancient tribes had joined forces to search for him. However, Lin Ling didn't care. Even if the heaven's favorites from the 4 ancient clans came to stop him, they might not be able to stop him. Bang bang bang. Blue flames erupted. Within the mountain range, the gorgeous blue flames floated like clouds. Everyone who tried to stop Lin Ling was drowned by the sea of flames. Human wave tactics are useless against me. Goodbye. Tell your clan's prodigy that he's late. Within the mountain range, Lin Ling's body was like a wisp of flame, disappearing into the distance. That guy is too strong. Even with so many of us, we can't stop him. The disciples of the various ancient clans gritted their teeth. Lin Ling was a Heaven's favorite from the Fire Ancient clan. Although he was a Heaven's favorite in name, he wasn't weak. None of the Heaven's favorites from the various clans could stop him. Damn it, it's getting closer to the opening of the hunting ground. When Zhang Yixiao and the others rushed over, they could only grit their teeth. They were getting more and more anxious. The search and arrest lasted for 3 days. On this day, it finally started to snow on Donghua Mountain. The gray sky had disappeared at some point, and thick clouds were now visible. The hunting ground had opened. This also meant that a month had passed. It was time for the 8 great ancient clans to decide the rankings. Outside Donghua Mountain, the 4 kings of the various major factions looked up in anticipation. They wondered who would be the top faction today. At the same time, the disciples of the Fire Ancient clan and the other major ancient clans took the opportunity to leave Donghua Mountain. However, the other 4 major ancient clans were unwilling to give up. They were still looking for Lin Ling, preventing him from leaving Donghua Mountain. After all, if Lin Ling left and he handed over the Summer Demon Winter Flower Beast, the Fire Ancient clan would definitely be the top faction this year. The northern wind whistled, and a chill came from the snowy mountains. At the outermost area of Donghua Mountain, everyone was looking at Donghua Mountain. Gradually, a team began to appear in front of them. Judging from their attire, they seemed to be from the Fire Ancient clan. The Fire Ancient clan is the first to leave the hunting ground. Looks like they didn't get much. The patriarch of the Zhang clan gloated. In the history of the hunting ground, the first faction to appear usually didn't get much. Because they appeared early, it meant that they had nothing to do in Donghua Mountain. Therefore, even if they did get much, it wouldn't be much. Why did Lin Ming and the rest come out so quickly? The patriarch of the Extreme Flame clan frowned. He couldn't figure it out. Although the hunting ground had opened, there was still half a day before the end of the hunting ground. If they came out now, wouldn't it mean that they had given up half a day of competition? This year's hunting ground is a little abnormal. The Fire Ancient clan appeared early. Even the Anji Ancient clan, the Mountain Ancient clan, and the Wind Ancient clan appeared. At this moment, the Wanghai king of the 4 kings exclaimed. Yeah, it's strange. When the crowd took a closer look, they were all stunned. In the mountains, there was an endless stream of disciples from the other ancient clans. The 4 great ancient clans must be ranked last. Otherwise, you wouldn't have appeared so early. After all, you got little harvest. Even the time to settle the scores is shortened. The patriarch of the Withered Tree Ancient clan gloated. Old man, we still don't know who will get the hunting ground. Don't be too proud. The Anji Ancient clan's patriarch replied coldly. However, when he looked at the disciples of the other ancient clans in the distance, he was puzzled. After a long time, the disciples of the 4 great ancient clans finally walked out of the hunting ground. What happened? Why did you come out so quickly? Where are the other ancient clans? How's the harvest? The patriarchs of the ancient clans asked the Sky Prides. Lin Ming and Tianlong and the other Sky Prides looked at each other and smiled. Then, they told them about the current situation in Donghua Mountain. What? Lin Ling alone snatched the Summer Demon Winter Stone Beast from the 3 ancient clans? The patriarch of the Extreme Flame clan exclaimed. He was a little tongue-tied. He couldn't imagine that Lin Ling dared to snatch the harvest of the 3 ancient clans with just a few people. Moreover, he succeeded. What the hell is wrong with that little guy? Interesting. Although our Anji ancient clan doesn't have a share in this plunder, if that little guy named Lin Ling comes out safely and smoothly hands over the Summer Demon Winter Stone Beast, then our Anji ancient clan will be ranked above the other 3 ancient clans. The Anji ancient clan's patriarch laughed. The patriarchs of the Zhang ancient clan, the Witheredwood ancient clan, and the ancient Yin clan had ugly expressions. They didn't expect the 4 ancient clans of the Fire ancient clan to come out so quickly. That was because they had a bountiful harvest, while the ancient clans had been robbed. He didn't leave the hunting ground, so it doesn't count. Maybe that little guy Lin Ling can't come out. The patriarch of the Zhang clan snorted. His eyes were cold. No matter what, he couldn't let Lin Ling leave the hunting ground. The 4 kings naturally knew this. Lin Ling didn't bring the summer demon winter stone beast out of the hunting ground, so it still didn't count. If it was snatched back midway, the result might not be the same as what they saw now. Of course, even so, that young man named Lin Ling had attracted the attention of the 4 kings. Chapter 172. 3,000 Burning Flames. It's that little fellow. When he first delivered the ore, I already felt that he was extraordinary. This kid is very good. Duan Wangye stared at the mountain range in the distance and nodded in satisfaction. King Duan, Lin Ling's name can be considered to have shaken the city this time. However, it's probably not easy for him to leave the hunting grounds. The geniuses of the various ancient clans should be obstructing his path right now. A refined middle-aged man spoke with a smile on his face. That's true. He's still young, and his strength can't compare to the geniuses of the various clans. It's indeed troublesome for him to leave the hunting ground. Duke Duan nodded. He's out. At this moment, cries of surprise rang out from the crowd. Far away in the mountains, a silhouette was like a ferocious beast dashing madly towards the periphery of the hunting ground. And behind that silhouette, there was a large number of people chasing after that silhouette. They could even vaguely hear voices. Lin Ling, with me around, it's impossible for you to leave the hunting ground. Stop him. He has the spoils of the 3 clans on him. We absolutely cannot let him leave the hunting ground. Rumble. Above the mountain range, sand and dust billowed and spiritual energy rippled. It was like a beast tide, but in reality, it was a dense crowd of people chasing after Lin Ling. What boldness! He's able to command an army of thousands by himself. This kid is like a dragon among men. The crowd watching from afar was shocked. The most important thing is that no one can stop him. His strength is so strong. Another person cried out in alarm. As Lin Ling sprinted madly, there were people blocking his path. However, Lin Ling merely waved his sword, causing flames to soar up into the sky. He was akin to a fiery devil from the depths of the earth. Everywhere he passed, no one was able to stop him. Even the people following behind Lin Ling weren't much better off. Wherever Lin Ling walked, the ground was covered in blue flame footprints. When people stepped on them, the flames would burn. His martial prowess attracted the attention of even more people. Even the 4 kings were staring at Lin Ling in the distance with focused gazes. Since he possesses such strength at such a young age, then he'll definitely become a great general in Ocean of Cloud City in the future. Such a genius should be taken under our wing. For a moment, the 4 kings each had their own thoughts. Shiho has appeared. He's blocking in front of Lin Ling. And behind Lin Ling are Zhang Yixiao, Sima Zhangtian, and a few other geniuses. At this moment, the crowd exclaimed. If the lion roar of the heaven-defying tribe was able to stop Lin Ling, even if it was only for 10 breaths of time, then Lin Ling's situation would be dire. If the remaining geniuses were to surround him, then Lin Ling wouldn't be able to escape. The cockroach's complacency should come to an end. At best, it's just a joke. The patriarch of the Zhang family smiled sinisterly as if he could see Lin Ling being killed by a few geniuses. As for Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others, they were frowning. It would be very difficult for Lin Ling to escape. Heaven's wrath, Earth's wrath, and human's wrath. Lin Ling, I want you to die here in 3 moves. At this moment, Shiho stood proudly on Donghua Mountain. His long hair stood on end, making him look like an angry lion. At the same time, waves of air gushed out from his body. That was anger. Moreover, this anger had already materialized. Within a radius of 100 meters around him, not only people, but even plants were shattered. This anger was like the wrath of the heavens. Anger was also a type of innate spirit body. 3 generations of Wrath King's seal. When the anger condensed to the point of eruption, Shirho's hands moved repeatedly and slapped out. With this slap, the surrounding spiritual energy surged as if it was stirring up heaven and earth. A huge palm slapped towards Lin Ling. This palm was completely condensed from anger, and its power was extremely terrifying. This move was the 3rd generation of the heaven-defying tribe's seal of wrath. It was a secret technique that was not passed down. What a powerful martial art. Even from here, I can feel its power. The crowd in the distance was secretly shocked. As expected of the heaven-defying tribe. With such arrogant martial arts, it was no wonder that they disdained to associate with other ancient tribes. Lin Ling is in danger. Then, everyone looked towards Lin Ling. Facing a genius of the heaven-defying tribe, how could Lin Ling block it? What a powerful sealing palm. Let me test its power. At this moment, Lin Ling's vision was white. He couldn't see heaven and earth, nor could he see far. He could only see a huge palm. The palm's power was earth-shattering. Lin Ling knew that if he didn't use his full strength, he wouldn't be able to block that move. With a wave of his right hand, he swallowed the flaming elixir and dragon tiger elixir. Lin Ling stomped on the ground, causing cracks to appear. Within the cracks, blue flames shot up into the sky. Lin Ling was like a nirvana in the flames. He leaped into the air and put away the resurgent sword. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand. Heaven and earth have flames, all things return to the origin. With me as the origin, I will impart the Tao of flames. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. His right palm quietly changed, and a wisp of blue flame quietly appeared. Then, the temperature in the surrounding area suddenly rose. On the ground and in the sky, scorching fire element spiritual chi rolled over and condensed towards the blue flame in his hand. This was the 2nd generation of the flame technique, 3,000 burning flames. This technique gathered 3,000 flames and absorbed all the flames in the surroundings, forming a new flame. Chi. The flames in Lin Ling's hand were still blue. They danced slightly, but they emitted an indescribable majesty. This was the majesty of flames. All of this seemed slow, but in reality, it only took a few breaths. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the flame in Lin Ling's palm in disbelief. Before they could react, they saw Lin Ling holding the wisp of flame and swinging it at the huge palm in front of him. What is that? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. In the next moment, a beautiful flame exploded, as if it had ignited the flames of heaven and earth. Not only the ground, but even the sky was filled with blue flames. It was a shocking sight. The place had turned into a sea of fire. As for the huge palm formed by Shirho, it seemed to have been burned by the flames at that moment. The disciples who were chasing after Lin Ling forced themselves to stop and stared in front of them in disbelief. That flame energy was produced by a 16-year-old boy? Chi. The clouds in the sky seemed to have been burned. How terrifying. The crowd in the distance looked at the sea of fire and was momentarily at a loss for words. Whoosh. At that moment, a figure flew out from the sea of fire. That person's body was burning with flames and his face was ashen. It was Shirho. How can you be so strong? A roar came out of the lion's mouth. You're not the true heaven's pride. In the sea of blue flames, Lin Ling's figure appeared. He rushed forward again. His words stunned Shirho. His face was full of blue veins. As a proud member of the heaven-defying clan, it was humiliating that he could not defeat a junior. Lin Ling, take this, Moxie Glass Finger. At that moment, Zhang Yixiao, the heaven's pride of the Zhang family, caught up. He raised his right hand high and formed a sword finger. At the tip of his finger, a ray of light like a sea urchin appeared and shot towards Lin Ling. Cha! That finger was like a white icicle. Wherever it passed, the ground and clouds were frozen. In the distance, the snow was even more intense. Chapter 173. Unstoppable, Fire Dance, Dragon Tiger Strength. At this moment, Lin Ling was sprinting forward. An ice pillar shot towards him from behind, forcing him to pull out the resurgent sword and slash with both hands. Previously, he had used the second-generation flame technique and the spiritual chi in his body was almost depleted. Now, he could only rely on the Dragon Tiger Pill. Clang! The icicle collided with the Sword of Brilliance Resurgence. The tyrannical power of the Dragon Tiger Force exploded and split the icicle into two. Zhang Yixiao, who was watching from afar, was stunned. Lin Ling was so strong. Both he and Shi Ho were unable to stop Lin Ling. Lin Ling used the aftermath of the collision to continue sprinting. However, at this moment, no one was chasing after Lin Ling. Or rather, no one dared to chase after him. The disciples of various clans were all shocked. Lin Ling was only 16 years old. Although he was a genius of the Fire Ancient clan, none of them treated Lin Ling as a true genius. In their hearts, Lin Ling was someone who did not live up to his reputation. However, today, this so-called junior had single-handedly blocked the attacks of two geniuses. No one could stop him. How could they believe this? This kid is only a 3-star martial spirit realm, but he can block the attacks of 5-star and 6-star martial spirits. His potential is so strong. The four marquises narrowed their eyes. They knew that if they did not recruit such a talent, it would be a waste. He's getting closer. After the crowd recovered from their shock, someone suddenly shouted. Lin Ling was sprinting forward. He was getting closer and closer to the periphery of the hunting ground. If he were to rush out of Donghua Mountain, this year's Cloud Sea hunt would be over. Stop him. The Zhang family's old ancestor shouted, extremely unwilling. Unfortunately, his words were powerless. At this moment, who could stop Lin Ling? Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling finally rushed out of the hunting grounds. He exhaled lightly, yet his heart was filled with joy. Earlier, he had blocked the attacks of the two geniuses. In truth, it wasn't easy for him either. This was especially so for Shi Ho, who was extremely difficult to deal with. If he hadn't executed the second-generation flame art, the 3,000 blazing flames, he wouldn't have been able to block his opponent's attacks. Fortunately, the 3,000 burning flames required 10 spirit crystals to condense the flames of heaven and earth. However, its power did not disappoint. Grandfather. Slowing down, Lin Ling shouted at Ancestor Extreme Flame in the distance. He raised his right hand and grabbed a rune bag. Inside the rune bag was his harvest. Good, good, good. Ancestor Taiyan was overjoyed. He never thought that Lin Ling would be able to restore the Fire Ancient clan to its former glory. Furthermore, Lin Ling was only a 3-star martial spirit realm martial artist, but he had learned the second-generation flame technique. His talent was comparable to Lin Shen of the past. The Fire Ancient clan finally had a successor. Brother Lin Ling, good job. Lin Ming laughed excitedly. He wasn't jealous at all. On the contrary, he felt proud because he was of the same bloodline as Lin Ling, Lin Ling, Lin Ling. In the Fire Ancient clan, the clansmen were cheering excitedly. At this moment, they felt proud. They had thought that Lin Ling was the main character of the Fire Ancient clan in this hunt. However, they now knew that Lin Ling was the real main character. Previously, the Fire Ancient clan had already counted the number of winter stone beasts. Do you want to count them again? At this moment, an old man smiled and asked. He was the referee and was responsible for counting. Of course. Ancestor Extreme Flame laughed and nodded. Previously, the Fire Ancient clan had obtained 85,200 pieces. Now, with the addition of Lin Ling's harvest, the number would definitely be more. Alright, please wait a moment. The old man nodded. Lin Ling was also well aware of this. He took out the rune bag he had obtained and handed it to the old man. The old man counted carefully. After a moment, he raised his head and said, a total of 107,600 pieces. In addition to the previous 85,200 pieces, the Fire Ancient clan's harvest this year is 180,000 pieces. As soon as he said this, the crowd gasped. 180,000 pieces of winter stone beasts. This was the most in history. It seemed that the Fire Ancient clan was going to get first place this year. As for the ancestors of the Ancient clan, and the Ancient clan, their expressions were extremely ugly. They had lost. Lin Ling had snatched more than 30,000 pieces from each of the Ancient clans. No matter what, they wouldn't be able to rank in the top 4. They could only have their territories divided by others. Alright, I announce the first place of this year's Cloud Sea Hunt, Fire Ancient clan. Second place, Anji Ancient clan. At this moment, Sima Jinshan King's loud voice rang out, announcing the end of the Cloud Sea Hunt. Next, according to the rules, the Fire Ancient clan has the priority to seize the territories of the last 4 major forces, Sima Jinshan King said. Haha. Hearing this, Ancestor Extreme Flame was elated. Everyone in the Fire Ancient clan was also smiling. With the 4 kings holding the fort, the Ancient Flame clan would not dare to object if they seized a portion of the territories of the other ancient clans. Moreover, if their territories were seized, such as mines, restaurants, and markets, the ancient clans that had been seized would have a hard time in the future. Damn it, it's that Lin Ling brat. The ancestor of the ancient clan gritted his teeth. His heart was burning with rage, but there was nothing he could do. When Zhang Yixiao returned, he scolded Zhang Yixiao even more. Zhang Yixiao lowered his head and did not dare to say a word. It was the same for the other ancient clans. Although the Cloud Sea Hunt had ended, the envoys of the 4 kings congratulated Ancestor Extreme Flame at the same time. It seemed that they wanted to recruit him. After a long while, the crowd finally dispersed one after another. However, the news of the Fire Ancient clan taking first place this year had spread throughout the outer city of Ocean of Cloud City, and it faintly allowed the Fire Ancient clan to show signs of becoming the #1 ancient clan. Many smaller powers had started to draw close to the Fire Ancient clan. Besides that, Lin Ling's name had finally spread throughout the outer city of Ocean of Cloud City. He was a genius at the age of 16, and he deserved his reputation. Presently, no one dared to underestimate his potential. Night, within the enormous volcano of the Fire Ancient clan. At this moment, the volcano was bustling with noise and chatter. There was a huge square at the center of the volcano, and a huge number of tables were around it. The members of the Fire Ancient clan were eating and drinking around the tables. Today was a joyous day for the Fire Ancient clan. Haha. We can hold our heads high today. Fifth brother, did you see that old bastard from the Zhang clan? I think he'll definitely be so angry that he won't be able to eat. Haha. Ancestor Extreme Flame was seated at the largest table, and he was laughing as he drank wine. Those bastards from the Withered Wood Ancient clan were so angry that their faces were like leaves. If it wasn't for the presence of a great figure, would have definitely burst out laughing. Humph. Last year, the Ancient Yin clan even said that the members of the Fire Ancient clan were trash. They still dare to say that this year? All the elders were in high spirits as they drank wine, laughed, and shouted. The 14th elder, Lin Ling, had a gratified expression on his face. He'd brought Lin Ling back from the ancient face sect, and he'd never imagined that in less than a year, the kid would grow so much. Not only had he become a genius, he'd even made numerous great contributions. Lin Ling, come and sit here. Chapter 174. Four-star martial spirit realm. The table that old ancestor Extreme Flame was sitting on was passed down from generation to generation. It was said that it was made by Feng Luomu, and it was rumored that it was a branch from which a phoenix had built its nest. And in the Fire Ancient clan, unless one had the status of an old ancestor, no one else was allowed to sit on this table. They weren't even allowed to touch it. But today, old ancestor Extreme Flame was allowing Lin Ling to enjoy this table with him. It had to be said that this was a great honor. However, no one in the Fire Ancient clan was dissatisfied. Instead, they felt that Lin Ling was qualified to sit there. Lin Ling raised his head and his eyes flickered. Then, he smiled and nodded. Okay. After speaking, he arrived at the table where Ancestor Extreme Flame was seated and sat down without any hesitation. How bold! Great Flame Ancestor praised. If it was any other disciple of the ancient clan, perhaps they would hesitate before sitting down, but Lin Ling did not hesitate at all. This made him very satisfied. Drink this bowl of wine. Such a big bowl. Lin Ling stared at the wine bowl on the table and helplessly shook his head. The people of this world didn't drink with cups, but with bowls. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary small bowl, but a bowl as big as a plate. This gave Lin Ling a headache. He wondered in his heart, are you drinking wine or drinking water? However, today was a happy day. Lin Ling cursed in his heart for a moment, but he didn't care. He picked up the wine bowl and drank. When a real man drinks, he can't use spiritual energy to get rid of the alcohol. Just as Lin Ling was thinking about cheating, Ancestor Extreme Flame's playful voice rang out. Lin Ling's eyes widened and he could only helplessly allow the alcohol to numb his body. However, this alcohol was not ordinary. While it was spicy, there was also a steady stream of spiritual energy flowing into his dantian. It seemed to be of great help to his cultivation. Old Ancestor Taiyan, the G Leopard Gang wanted to join us. Our Fire Ancient clan is becoming more and more powerful. Also, the Hall Master of the Iron Fist Hall has come to congratulate us. He's just outside the volcano. One by one, the clansmen reported. Tell them to scram. Today is our big day, we don't have time to entertain them. Ancestor Extreme Flame waved his hand domineeringly. But some of the clansmen felt that something was wrong. Right now, our Fire Ancient clan is the #1 ancient clan. Do we need to give them face? Tell them to wait. In the past, they relied on the Zhang family and the Ancient Yin clan. Now that our Ancient Yin clan has become stronger, they're acting in hindsight. There's no need to give face to these fence-sitters. Tell them that if they want to rely on us, they'll have to go home and wait a few days. We'll consider them when we're in a better mood. Go ahead, there's no need to give him any face. Yes. That clansman shouted excitedly. They didn't need to give him any face. This was what he had been waiting for. Everyone began to drink in high spirits. Ancestor Extreme Flame was a bit drunk. He sighed and said, Ling, in the past, your father let down our race, but he left you behind. This can be considered an explanation to the ancient race, but you made up for the regret your father left behind. If your father were still alive, he would be proud of you. Ancestor Extreme Flame sighed. Hearing this, the surrounding people gradually quieted down. On the other hand, Lin Ling's expression was calm as he nodded slightly. His father had indeed left behind a regret for the ancient race. He wasn't able to lead the ancient race to glory. Now, Lin Ling had to shoulder this mission. Time passed quietly amidst the bustling days. Cloud Sea City was still peaceful, but the wind and clouds were faintly surging as if a storm was about to pour down. All of this wasn't noticed by many in the outer city. Lin Ling returned to his peaceful days. He cultivated every day and strode towards the 4-star martial spirit realm. Currently, although he wasn't afraid of any genius, he had to spend a lot of spiritual crystals to execute the 2nd-generation flame technique. That was something he didn't like. Therefore, only when his cultivation level increased and the spiritual qi in his body became denser, it would be easier to execute the second-generation flame technique. While Lin Ling was cultivating, a large number of invitations were sent to the Fire Ancient clan from time to time. They were all invitations from some forces in the outer city. To put it bluntly, they were trying to build connections. Currently, the Fire Ancient clan was the #1 clan in the outer city. Various forces wanted to climb up to this thick thigh. As for Lin Ling, as a famous person in the outer city, there were naturally many who wanted to get to know him. However, Lin Ling rejected all of these social engagements. He didn't have the time to entertain them. Because he was very clear that it was more practical to improve his strength than to spend time building connections. As long as he had strength, then even if others were dissatisfied with him, they wouldn't dare to rashly provoke him. As for the four kings, their attitude towards the Fire Ancient clan was still calm. They didn't send any invitations, which made Ancestor Taiyan feel relieved. Currently, although the Fire Ancient clan was the #1 clan in the outer city, they still didn't dare to offend the four kings. The four kings were secretly fighting with each other. If the Fire Ancient clan joined any one of the kings, then they would offend the other three kings. Ling, here is an invitation from the inner city. It's signed by Fan Ian. Do you think you should reply? On this day, Ancestor Taiyan walked into Lin Ling's small courtyard with an invitation. The invitation in his hand was golden and looked extremely exquisite. Most importantly, it came from the inner city. The inner city was as deep as the sea. The Fire Ancient clan couldn't afford to offend any of the forces in the inner city. Lin Ling took the invitation and carefully looked at it. The words on the invitation were extremely delicate. On the surface, it said that Lin Ling should go to the Gathering Immortals Pavilion for a gathering. However, between the lines, there was a domineering aura. It was as if he could only go and couldn't refuse. That was exactly why Ancestor Taiyan felt that this matter was of great importance, so he'd personally come to ask Lin Ling. Lin Ling pondered deeply and said, I have a feeling that undercurrents are surging in the city. It's best if I don't rashly agree at this moment. Grandfather, you can reply that I'm in closed-door cultivation to break through, so I can't spare the time. Ancestor Taiyan nodded. He'd noticed that a strand of danger was hidden in the air of the city. So, Lin Ling's decision wasn't wrong. If he rashly moved forward and was noticed by the other hidden powers, then they would think that the Fire Ancient clan had joined their forces. At that time, it was very likely that they would treat the Fire Ancient clan as an enemy. Presently, the four kings were in an abyss of suffering. Moreover, rumor had it that the princes in the inner city were fighting for the throne as well. So, it was an extraordinary period. Lin Ling chatted with Ancestor Taiyan for a while longer before he entered into a state of cultivation. During this period of time, Lin Ling had refined another blue soul pill, and he'd obtained the medicinal materials from the pavilion master of the Immortal Assembling Pavilion, Yuman Yun. Needless to say, Yuman Yun's origins were mysterious indeed. The rare ocean-crack dark dragon's whale soul seemed to not be difficult to obtain in her possession. But just Yuman Yun was like that. This clearly displayed that the experts in Ocean of Clouds City were numerous like the clouds. The experts who could annihilate the Fire Ancient clan with ease were probably numerous like the hairs on an ox. Lin Ling shook his head, and then he swallowed the blue soul pill. As soon as the pill entered his body, a strand of flames arose from within him, and the sea of flames within his dantian burned vigorously like lava beneath the ground. Time passed silently, and 7 days passed without him noticing. At the same time, Lin Ling opened his eyes, and 2 strands of blue flames leaped about within them before vanishing in an instant. Chapter 175. A mysterious middle-aged man. With the help of the indigo soul dark pill, Lin Ling had finally stepped into the 4-star martial spirit realm. Flame Arts. Lin Ling took out the stone book to see if he could open a new page. Then, he poured his spiritual energy into it and tried his best to open a new page. However, although the stone book looked small, it hid a mysterious power. Even though Lin Ling had reached the 4-star martial spirit realm, he still could not open a new page. This made Lin Ling somewhat disappointed. There are 7 realms in the martial spirit realm. For the Big Dipper 7 stars, perhaps only when I reach 6 or 7 stars will I be able to open the blazing flame arts. Lin Ling shook his head. The blazing flame arts was extremely powerful, and on the new page, there would definitely be a new flame nirvana technique. Unfortunately, from the looks of it, Lin Ling's strength was still not up to par. After tidying up his clothes, Lin Ling left the hut. "Brother Ling, you're done with your cultivation." Seeing Lin Ling walk out, Yu Yu hurriedly trotted over. She had been feeding the fish in the pond. She was so busy that her little nose was full of sweat. Lin Ling smiled and wiped the sweat off Yu Yu's face. "Yu Yu, you don't like to cultivate. Otherwise, it would be more convenient for you to take care of the courtyard. Cultivation will make people ugly." Yu Yu pouted. "Who said that? Look at Lin Ling. The more she cultivates, the more beautiful she becomes. You don't always think of martial artists as muscular people. In fact, martial artists cultivate by borrowing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to transform their bodies, making them more agile and otherworldly." Lin Ling laughed. "Oh, is that so? But I heard that cultivation can increase one's lifespan, right?" Yu Yu asked. "Of course. Then I have to cultivate too. Otherwise, when I'm old and Big Brother Ling is still very young, Big Brother Ling won't want me anymore." "You're thinking too much. Even if you're so old that all your teeth are gone, Brother Ling will still want you. You're my family." "Annoying, you're the one whose teeth have all fallen out." The two of them exchanged a few words, and then Yu Yu said, "Right, a big sister from the Immortal Assembling Tower came to see you last time. She said that there will be an auction at the Immortal Assembling Tower this month, and the sea-rending dragon whale soul that you want will be there." Yu Man Yun. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. That woman was really mysterious. She was very well informed. Anyway, she is very beautiful. Moreover, when she talked about brother, she was full of admiration. I knew that brother was not an ordinary person. In the future, there will definitely be many girls who will like brother. Yu Yu said meaningfully. "Is there anything else in your little brain other than thinking about these things?" "I just play some songs for her occasionally, that's all." Lin Ling flicked Yu Yu's smooth forehead with his finger. "Forget it, I'll take you with me to the auction." "Alright, I haven't been out for a long time too." Several days later, Lin Ling brought Yu Yu out of the Fire Ancient clan and headed towards the Immortal Assembling Tower. After not coming to the outer city for a few months, the outer city was still bustling with noise and excitement. Martial artists from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were still lingering in this giant city. Lin Ling was currently in the outer city and had a rising reputation. It was fortunate that not many people had seen him before. Hence, as they walked along the main street, they didn't attract any unnecessary trouble. This song is very nice to listen to." Right at this moment, a beautiful song came from the side of the street. There was a river by the side of the street, and there was a small ancient bridge over the river. The song came from the bridge. Right now, there was a large number of people surrounding the small bridge. This song is just so. Lin Ling dug his ears and spoke honestly. To be honest, the people in this world had good taste and liked to listen to music. However, the melody of the song was very ordinary. I know that Big Brother Ling is multi-talented and doesn't put this song in your eyes. However, this young lady feels that it is not bad. Accompany me to take a look. Yu Yu smiled gently and pulled Lin Ling's hand as they ran towards the small bridge. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly but didn't object. This Mr. Zither's skills are not bad. This song is something that I have never seen in my life. Did you see that? That Mr. is blind. This song is filled with deep emotions. On the small bridge, many people were discussing. At the side of the bridge, a refined middle-aged man was sitting indifferently. He ignored the surrounding voices and looked at Yuyu's river while playing the zither. This middle-aged man's eyes were closed, and he was indeed blind. However, he had a jade-like complexion and had an indescribable charm. His song had a similar charm that made people yearn for it. It seemed to be pouring out his heart and reminiscing at the same time. This middle-aged man is blind. Lin Ling's heart rippled. He remembered that when he first came to this world, he was also blind. Blind people couldn't see this world, couldn't see heaven and earth, but were more sensitive to heaven and earth and things. He keeps looking at the river. I wonder what he is looking at. Sigh. Subconsciously, Lin Ling condensed his soul force and also looked at the river. At the same time, his eyes quietly changed and lost time began to appear. The reason why Lin Ling wanted to see what the middle-aged man was looking at was just a spur of the moment. The river flowed quickly, and time seemed to flow along with the river. The sun rose, the sun set, the song began, and the song ended. Scenes of the past accompanied the river. He seems to come every year at this time. He has already persisted for many years. Sigh. Lin Ling's intuition told him that the middle-aged man had been persisting in doing one thing. Every year at this time, he would play the song on the bridge. Sigh. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes focused. In his eyes, the scene changed. On the bridge, a scholarly young man wearing a long gown and carrying a guzheng was looking at the Emerald River with an innocent smile. At this moment, on the river of Yuyu, a small boat was drifting with the current. On the boat stood a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Her face was slightly round, and her appearance was very sweet. Her big eyes were pitch black and bright, and the corner of her mouth was curved in a smile. Do you know how to play a song? Play a song for me. The little girl's voice was as clear as a bell. The young man on the bridge was surprised and somewhat shy. But his big eyes stared at the little girl, and he nodded. Then he sat down and played. I can play, but you have to tell me your name. I like you. Yes. After sitting down, the young man seemed to have gathered his courage to say this sentence. Love at first sight? Little brother, my name is Yu Xiao Xiao. If your song is to my satisfaction, then I will marry you. The little girl on the boat was clearly more bold and lively than the young man. A gentleman keeps his word. No, you are not a gentleman. You are a girl. Anyway, you have to keep your word. The young man finally raised his head and said somewhat excitedly. Then hurry up and play. Okay. Time froze there, and the innocent boy and girl met for the first time just like that. This kind of encounter did not have any psychological burden. It was like a pure youth love. Because of the words of their first encounter, the young man came every year to play a song, until he became a middle-aged man. A moment later, the passing of time disappeared from Lin Ling's eyes. He finally understood why the middle-aged man had appeared here. Perhaps he had been waiting on the bridge all these years, wanting the young girl to marry him. Unfortunately, something had gone wrong along the way, causing the young girl to never appear again, causing the young man of the past to regret it to this day. Chapter 176. Jixian House Auction. Brother Ling, this song is very nice. It makes me feel a little sad. On the bridge, Yuyu pulled Lin Ling's hand. Lin Ling shook his head and thought to himself, of course, the middle-aged man had been waiting for the girl, so the song would definitely be a little sad. Yuyu, it's fine as long as it sounds good. Don't think too much. Lin Ling smiled. When he was talking about Yuyu, the middle-aged man on the bridge moved imperceptibly. Brother Ling, didn't you say that the music you play is also very nice? Is there anything that sounds better than this, seniors? Yuyu said again. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. This little girl was treating him as a music player. Just as he was about to speak, a magnetic voice rang out. "Little friend, if you have any, please advise me." The one who spoke was the middle-aged man. At this moment, he had already turned around. Lin Ling was stunned. "I promised someone that one day, I would let her hear a song that would satisfy her. At that time, she would agree to marry me. All these years, the songs I've composed have not satisfied her. Therefore, I hope that little friend can satisfy my wish," the middle-aged man said. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He knew what the middle-aged man was talking about. It should be the little girl on the ship. But he didn't know where she had married. Even if she heard it, she might not marry him again. He had waited here alone for so many years. Wasn't this a waste of time? He was just about to refuse, but when he thought about how the middle-aged man had been waiting for him even when the heavens fell and the earth cracked, he finally nodded. Music and martial arts are the same, there is no end. I hope I can help you. Lin Ling walked out. He didn't take the middle-aged man's guzheng. Instead, he took out the wooden guitar that he had made back then from his rune bag. Then, he recalled a song that he used to like very much in the past, Love Story. This song was not a Chinese classical song, but a famous song from abroad. It was written by Clayderman, but this song used a simple melody to create the romance of love. In the past, Lin Ling liked this song very much. Especially when he was studying, the moment he met his first love, this song would rise in his heart. A moment later, on the bridge, a song with a different style and different instruments floated out. The song flowed with Yuyu's river, swaying along with the willows on both sides of the river, as if it was going to float into the sky. The people on the bridge were all intoxicated. They had never heard such a beautiful song. Brother Ling, so amazing. Yuyu looked at Lin Ling's figure, her eyes flashing. Even the middle-aged man was slightly moved. It is indeed as Yun said. What a pity, it is fate. If I had known him earlier, perhaps she would not have left. The middle-aged man's heart rippled. He stared at the emerald green river as memories surfaced in his mind. After a long time, the song ended. Today, my little friend has broadened my horizons. I'm afraid my wish will be fulfilled. If she was still here, she would definitely agree to my request. The middle-aged man bowed slightly to Lin Ling. Sir, you flatter me. This song is not my original composition. I'm just borrowing flowers to pay respects to Buddha. Lin Ling said with a smile. Although he was the first composer to play this song in this world, Lin Ling did not want to take credit. Today, after hearing this song, my life was not in vain. Thank you, my little friend. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully again, and then left with the zither on his back. His back was lonely and desolate, with an indescribable loneliness. That mister is so mysterious. Yuyu stared at the middle-aged man's back and muttered. Let's go, the auction is about to begin. Lin Ling said with a smile, but his gaze was fixed on the middle-aged man's back. Under his soul force, he had long since noticed that the middle-aged man was somewhat mysterious. However, Cloud Sea City was so vast, so there were naturally many hidden experts. So, there was nothing to be surprised about. The two of them continued forward, heading to the Immortal Gathering Tower. After a while, they climbed up the tower. At this moment, no one dared to stop Lin Ling. Although not everyone knew Lin Ling, the Immortal Gathering Tower had an unwritten rule. If they could not offend someone, then they would avoid them. In the Immortal Gathering Tower, some people knew Lin Ling, so they stayed far away. When others saw this, they naturally did the same. When Lin Ling appeared on the top floor, the originally clamorous top floor quieted down. In the private rooms, people of various status looked meaningfully at the youth who walked in. They were very clearly aware that the youth was the genius of the current generation, Lin Ling, who was like the scorching sun in the midday sky. Many people felt that it was best not to offend such a young man who had risen up like a shooting star. Of course, there were exceptions. After all, while the Fire Ancient clan was strong, there were still numerous powers in the city that the Fire Ancient clan feared. Young Master Du, you seem to be in a good mood today. Could it be that you've taken a liking to some treasure? Don't worry, so long as it's something that young Master Du takes a liking to, then just tell us, and our Zhang clan will pay for it. Zhang Yixiao gazed indifferently at a young man who stood before him in a private room. The young man wore a white robe that was embroidered with golden threads, and it was obvious that he was either rich or noble. Moreover, the young man's complexion was pale, and he seemed weak. His cultivation couldn't be considered to be very strong. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the attendant in the private room, and it was filled with lust. The young man replied lazily, "What treasure could there be in an auction in the outer city? I just had nothing to do, so I came here to take a look. Men, call Xiaolan and Xiao Zhu over. Let them accompany young Master Du." Zhang Yixiao waved his hand towards the servant. How could he not know that young Master Du was a profligate young master who didn't like to practice martial arts and only liked beauties? It was obvious just by looking at his naked body. Zhang Yixiao felt disdain towards such a person from the bottom of his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. Because young Master Du's identity wasn't light at all. He was the son of the commander of the Imperial Guard in the inner city. Which one of those who could survive in the inner city wasn't an expert who could annihilate a clan with a wave of their hand? Young Master Zhang knows me well. Ha. Young Master Du immediately embraced the two 16-year-old girls when they walked in. His hands weren't well behaved, and they groaned incessantly. Looks like young Master Du has an ulterior motive for coming to the auction this time. However, I'm afraid young Master Du will be disappointed. The pavilion master is already taken. Zhang Yixiao pointed out after drinking a cup of wine. He knew that Do Jun had actually come for the pavilion master. Young Master Du's gaze narrowed. Which bastard is so bold as to have designs on my goddess? See? It's him. Last time, he won the wine wager. I heard that the pavilion master personally invited him to her boudoir and stayed there for a few hours before coming out. Zhang Yixiao shrugged his shoulders and said. What's more, this person was from the outer city. What was certain was that in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, there was no one who could make young Master Du fear other than the inner city. Chapter 177. Young Master Du. As time elapsed, the auction began. A large number of rare items from all over the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were being auctioned off one after another. Lin Ling and Yu Yu waited quietly in the private room. With Lin Ling's current experience, the other treasures weren't worth his attention. Hence, he waited quietly for the sea-cracking mystic dragon whale soul. Time elapsed silently, and after a long time, it was finally the sea-cracking mystic dragon whale's turn. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. This kind of demon core wasn't very useful to other martial artists, and the competition shouldn't be that intense. Sea-cracking mystic dragon whale soul. The starting bid is 1 spirit crystal. A clear bell-like voice echoed in the floor, but everyone in the floor had a dull reaction. It was obvious that the sea-cracking mystic dragon whale didn't attract their attention. 2 spirit crystals. After waiting for a moment, Lin Ling finally made his bid. He made his bid at a good timing and wasn't in a rush. It made people feel that he was just buying the sea-cracking mystic dragon whale soul on a whim. Hence, the floor was still peaceful, and no one competed with Lin Ling. Kiki, young Master Du, aren't you tempted by the sea-cracking mystic dragon whale soul? In another private room, Zhang Yixiao casually mentioned. Opposite him, young Master Du was playing with the beautiful body of a beautiful lady in his arms. When he heard the question, he didn't even raise his head and said, "What use is the sea-cracking mystic dragon whale soul to me? It isn't as tempting as a beauty." Is that so? That is something that your love rival wants to buy. Zhang Yixiao smiled and said. Young Master Du's eyes lit up as he finally looked at the floor outside the window. You dare to snatch my, Du Jun's, woman. I will make sure that you won't be able to live your life. Young Master Zhang, name a price and suppress him. Zhang Yixiao nodded helplessly but despised him in her heart. What else does this lecherous young master have apart from women? He would be exhausted to death by women sooner or later. However, young Master Du was useless, and this was what Zhang Yixiao liked to see. Otherwise, how could she get someone else to do the dirty work for her? 5 spirit crystals. Zhang Yixiao shouted to the outside. Wow, it can't be. It is just the sea-cracking mystic dragon whale soul, and it is actually sold for 5 spirit crystals. Young Master Du Jun is indeed a man with authority. On the floor, the sound of discussion rose from all directions. Zhang Yixiao. On the other side, Lin Ling frowned. That guy was really meddlesome. It seemed like he wanted to go against him. 10 crystals. Lin Ling made another bid. The sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale soul was related to the improvement of his strength, so he was determined to get it. Young Master Lin, I happen to have a friend who is interested in the sea-cracking dark dragon whale soul, so I am just following orders. Zhang Yixiao drank his wine and looked at Lin Ling. Then, he said, 20 spiritual crystals. This bastard. Lin Ling's expression turned cold. From the looks of it, Zhang Yixiao was not purposely raising the price, but was clearly trying to snatch the sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale soul. Young Master Zhang, why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Tell him that even I, young Master Du, want to buy it. Moreover, this is only the beginning. In the following auction, as long as he takes a fancy to something, young Master Du will make sure that he won't be able to buy a single item. Just at this moment, young Master Du came to the window of the room and coldly looked at Lin Ling. How domineering. Who is this young master? He actually dares to provoke a genius of the Fire Ancient clan. Everyone was shocked. That's not impossible. After all, experts are as common as clouds in Cloud Sea City. The Fire Ancient clan is just arrogant in the outer city, but there are countless forces in the inner city that are stronger than them. Someone said calmly. Must you go against me? In the room, Lin Ling's voice became lower. This was the first time he had met this young man, and he didn't have any impression of them having any conflicts. Who do you think you are to have the right to talk to me? Young Master Du snorted disdainfully. All right. Lin Ling nodded and sat back down. He was going to give up on those few sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale souls. Spending some unnecessary money to fight with others was something that only a fool would do. He would not do such a foolish thing. Trash. Young Master Du sneered proudly. Then, he sat back down and continued to hug his beautiful wife. The 3 sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale souls were obtained by young Master Du in the end. He spent 20 spirit crystals each, and that was a total of 60 spirit crystals. That price made many people sigh. Being from a powerful force was indeed different. Spirit crystals were like dirt. The auction continued. Lin Ling didn't participate anymore and just drank quietly. Big Brother Ling, that person is too bad. He knew that Big Brother Ling wanted the sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale souls, but he wanted to snatch them. We didn't even offend him. In the room, Yu was extremely dissatisfied. That's normal. No matter where you are, there will always be people who use their family's power to show off. These people will suffer sooner or later. Lin Ling was used to it. However, he was deep in thought. How did he get those sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale souls? Secretly snatching them? Maybe he could consider it. After all, it wasn't like he hadn't done such things before. While he was deep in thought, the auction gradually came to an end. Young Master Lin, our house master, invites you. Lin Ling and Yu had just walked out of the room when a young servant girl walked over and said to Lin Ling with a smile. Lin Ling nodded and was about to bring Yu over. Big Brother Ling, they invited you. Yu won't go over. Yu will wait for you on the first floor. Yu said with a smile. She was extremely obedient. That pretty face that was like a porcelain doll made Lin Ling feel a little touched. Yu Yu was always thinking from his perspective and thinking for him. Okay. Lin Ling didn't refuse. After all, he didn't know why the house master invited him over. After a while, he left with the servant girl. Yu Yu went to the first floor alone and quietly waited for Lin Ling there. The first floor was quiet and elegant. After the auction ended, the martial artists also left one after another. Those who stayed were the people from the various major forces in the outer city. Yu Yu ordered a cup of tea and sat down at one of the tables. Thinking of the song that Lin Ling played just now, she felt a sense of longing. She didn't know when she would be able to hear Big Brother Ling play again. Big Brother Ling was so powerful. He was already a prodigy at the age of 16. Moreover, he was so handsome. She really wanted to accompany him for the rest of her life. She was like a little girl next door, fantasizing about a beautiful future. At this moment, she didn't see that a few figures were walking down the stairs. These people were talking as they walked. It was Do Jun and the others. It's rare for me to come to the outer city. I asked to see the house master earlier but was actually rejected. Sigh, I haven't seen the house master for a long time. I miss him very much. Do Jun said with some regret. Hee, different people have different lives. Young Master Do, it's not that I want to discourage you. Previously, I saw that young man called Lin Ling was asked to see the house master again. This is the second time. Zhang Yixiao said lightly. What? Do Jun's eyes narrowed. That trash doesn't know his place. Looks like I have to teach him a lesson. Anger surged in his heart. The house master rejected him, but secretly asked to see that young man. The difference in treatment made him extremely jealous. Chapter 178. Kidnapping. Servant girl? Do Jun followed Zhang Yixiao's gaze. At the table by the window, a young girl dressed in green sat quietly. She held a cup of tea in her small hand and gently placed it into her mouth. Her elegant movements seemed ordinary, but when it came from a 15 or 16-year-old girl who was so beautiful that she could cause the downfall of cities, it was like a beautiful scene. I must have this girl. A smile appeared on Do Jun's face. Even if she wasn't Lin Ling's maid, he would still be moved. You want it? Unfortunately, it's too late. That's Lin Ling's maid. Lin Ling won't let you have her. Zhang Yixiao said softly. Do I need him to? The woman that even I, Jun, have taken a fancy to, other than the Tower Lord, who else can escape? Do Jun sneered, then waved his hand. Men, take that girl to Cloud Forest Villa. Cloud Forest Villa was Do Jun's own villa, and it was located at a corner of the outer city. Do Jun usually stayed there when he came to the outer city. At this moment, Yu Yu was still waiting for Lin Ling. At this moment, several figures appeared in front of her and sneered. One of them pointed his right hand and a ray of light shot into Yu Yu's forehead. Yu Yu fainted. Be quick about it, young master is waiting. Young master really has high standards. Even I am moved by this little beauty. At such a young age, she already captivates the birds and beasts. In the future, I'm afraid she will become a beauty capable of causing the downfall of cities and countries. You don't even think about it. This kind of beauty is not for us to profane. Those people were secretly drooling. On the other side, Lin Ling was in a large hall. This hall was ancient and fragrant, and there were vases of mountains, rivers, clouds, and flowers. It was extremely elegant. In the hall, other than Yu Man-yun, there was another middle-aged man. Lin Ling had seen this middle-aged man before. It was the middle-aged man he had met on the bridge not long ago. It's you? Staring at the scholarly middle-aged man, Lin Ling couldn't help but be surprised. Hee, little friend, we meet again. Although the middle-aged man could not see Lin Ling, he could sense Lin Ling's aura. He smiled and said, the little mister you mentioned should be this young friend. At first, I thought that at this young friend's age, he would not have much experience. But clearly, I was wrong. Little mister's famous piece is not something that anyone can play. Lin Ling blinked his eyes in confusion. Yu Munyun saw Lin Ling's puzzled gaze and said with a smile, "This gentleman is called Tian Chuzhe. He is my guide and master. He taught me the way of the Guqin. Not long ago, he heard of your name, so he came this time." I've already seen our young friend's zither skills. I can only say that our young friend's music should only exist in the heavens. The middle-aged man added with a smile. Lin Ling finally understood. It turned out that this middle-aged man was the building master's master. No wonder their zither skills were so superb. However, Yu Munyun asked to meet him just to let this Tian Chuzhe see him. This time, I invited you here to discuss the way of the Guqin together. The middle-aged man continued. Lin Ling was speechless. He really had no interest in studying the way of the Guqin. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Munyun smiled and said, "Little mister, I saw that you didn't get the sea-cracking mysterious dragon's whale soul in the auction earlier. Coincidentally, I still have 2 sea-cracking mysterious dragon's whale souls. As long as you are willing to stay, these sea-cracking mysterious dragon's whale souls will belong to you." She also knew that there was no free lunch in the world. Naturally, she had to give Lin Ling some compensation for letting him stay. "Thank you, building master." Lin Ling was not pretentious, but Yu was still waiting for him. This discussion would definitely not be short, so he had to inform Yu. He voiced out his thoughts. "Don't worry, little mister. I will send someone to inform her." Yu Munyun nodded with a smile. However, not long after, a servant girl walked back and whispered, "Building master, we did not see the girl that little mister was looking for. Moreover, we did not see anyone similar in the entire Immortal Gathering Tower. We only heard that the girl seemed to have left with someone else." "What?" Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He believed that Yu could not have left. Moreover, even if she had really left, Yu would have informed him. Yu Munyun also frowned. She hurriedly said, "Who did she leave with? Did anyone see her?" "Building master, I will ask the servant on duty again." The servant girl bowed respectfully and left. Not long after, she walked back again. That girl was supported by someone. The person who took them away seemed to be young Master Dou's subordinate. "Do Jun." Yu Munyun's voice became low. "Who is Do Jun?" Lin Ling's expression became icy cold. Yu Munyun said, "The son of the Imperial Guard commander of the inner city. This person is a hedonistic young master. He does not do proper work and is fond of women. He usually comes to the Immortal Gathering Tower. However, I did not expect him to be so bold as to dare to kidnap someone in my Immortal Gathering Tower. The son of the Imperial Guard commander of the inner city." Lin Ling's expression became indifferent. Suddenly, he recalled the arrogant and overbearing young master at the auction. It was very likely that Do Jun was him. "Building master, I am sorry. Looks like we can only meet again next time." Lin Ling did not say anything else. He stood up and wanted to leave. Do Jun was a hedonistic young master who was fond of women. Yu had been kidnapped by him, so her fate was obvious. Therefore, Lin Ling had to quickly chase after him. Yu was Lin Ling's reverse scale. Since Do Jun dared to touch his reverse scale, he must die. "Little sir, Do Jun's background is not simple. Shouldn't you weigh the pros and cons?" Yu Munyun seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's thoughts and could not help but advise him. She did not want Lin Ling to be too impulsive. "Thank you for your reminder, building master. However, even if he is the king of the Cloud Sea, I will make him regret being born if he dares to touch Yu." Lin Ling's voice was low and hoarse. There was no possibility of compromise. He left the hall as soon as he finished speaking. "Little sir, if you want to find Do Jun, you can go to the Cloud Forest Villa," Yu Mun-yun quickly reminded him. After Lin Ling left, only Yu Mun-yun and Heaven Melody were left in the hall. After a while, Heaven Melody's cold voice sounded. "The son of the Imperial Guard commander is really audacious. Master, should we do something? After all, no matter what, little sir's friend was lost in the Immortal Gathering Tower." Yu Mun-yun frowned slightly. With her status, she was naturally not afraid of Do Jun. However, it would be troublesome to deal with Do Jun with Lin Ling's status. After all, compared to Yu Mun-yun, Lin Ling's status was still much lower. "Of course. Because of that hedonistic young master, I did not hear little sir's beautiful song today. This Do Jun really ruined my mood." Heaven Melody shook his head. It was obvious that because Lin Ling had left, he did not discuss the Guqin Dao. He was not in a good mood. Of course, Yu Mun-yun's mood was the same. Chapter 179. Come to the door at this moment. Lin Ling had already left the Immortal Assembling Tower and was rushing towards the Cloud Forest Manor. This was also the first time Lin Ling had heard of the Cloud Forest Villa. However, this villa wasn't a well-hidden villa, so he only needed to ask around to find out its whereabouts. Of course, Lin Ling also informed the Fire Ancient clan on the way. As the son of the Imperial Guard commander of the inner city, his identity was too powerful. This matter was not a small matter. After all, he came from the inner city. Even the Fire Ancient clan did not dare to offend him. Therefore, Lin Ling informed Ancestor Taiyan. If the Extreme Flame Ancestor didn't want to provoke this great power, then Lin Ling would shoulder this responsibility alone. Even if he had to die, he would not be afraid. Ever since I came to this world, the first family I had was Yuyu. Do Jun, if anything happens to Yuyu, I'll bury your entire family with you. Whoosh. Lin Ling's body quickly crossed the street. That billowing murderous aura made the passers-by tremble with fear. They seemed to have seen a god of death walking past them. After he arrived at Ocean of Clouds City, Lin Ling sensed warmth from the Fire Ancient clan, and his resolute killing intent from before was buried deep within his heart. However, that didn't mean that his killing intent had vanished, and it was just better controlled by Lin Ling. And now, this murderous aura had been stimulated once again, making Lin Ling feel as if he had returned to the days when he was in Gu Yen's sect, where the strong preyed on the weak. At this moment, the Cloud Forest Villa was extremely lively. Although not many people in the outer city knew Do Jun's name, those who knew him were all people with significant backgrounds. With Do Jun's status, everyone gave him face. Therefore, it was rare for Do Jun to come to the outer city, so the various powers came to pay him a visit. At the same time, it was also because of these cumbersome visits that Do Jun could not touch Yuyu for the time being. He could only restrain his lust. Young Master Do, you are a dragon among men. In the future, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom will definitely have a seat for you. I wonder if your father is doing well. I haven't visited him in a long time. The guests presented their gifts, bowed politely, and flattered Jiang Yi. Do Jun was thoroughly enjoying that round of flattery and was in high spirits as though he represented the future of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Right at this moment, a servant reported respectfully, "Young master, there is a youth named Lin Ling outside the manor. He said he is here to ask for someone from you." Lin Ling. Do Jun, on the other hand, was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lin Ling to come knocking on his door right after he returned. Do Jun was studio servant. Everyone present was from the outer city. Naturally, they had heard of Lin Ling's name. They were all secretly shocked. They had not expected the genius of the ancient Yen clan to dare to provoke Do Jun. Haha, he was too arrogant. That Lin Ling said that he had given the opportunity. Since young master didn't cherish it, he had no choice but to do it himself. Right now, he is fighting his way in from outside the manor. Soon after, the servant ran in a panic. How dare you? You actually dare to barge into my villa. Men, kill him. Do-jun sat on the main seat of the hall and waved his hand. He was furious in his heart. He was just a peasant. Did he think he could come and go as he pleased in his cloud forest manor? Pong. 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 Right at this moment, a booming sound echoed from outside the hall. A figure strolled in from the entrance of the hall. Kill me? I am going to kill you today. The person was Lin Ling. He barged in and defeated all the guards in the Cloud Forest Manor. Those guards might be strong, but they were from the outer city. They might be strong to others, but they weren't worth mentioning to Lin Ling. You. Staring at Lin Ling, who had suddenly barged in, Do-jun's face was extremely ugly. Since he was young, he had never had someone come to his door so blatantly. Lin Ling, don't be impulsive. Young Master Do's background isn't someone you can provoke. Apologize immediately. I will put in a good word for you so that young Master Do won't bother about your mistake. An old man walked out from the hall, seemingly trying to mediate the situation. Get lost. Lin Ling looked coldly at the old man. You. I am Uncle Cha. Your Fire Ancient Clan's ancestor Tai Yen is also a friend of the same generation. I can't bear to see you offend a big shot today, so I gave you some advice. How dare you not know what's good for you? The old man acted like he was old and complained. One more word and you will die today. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. How could he not see that the old man seemed to be trying to persuade him, but in reality, he was also trying to flatter Do-jun. How laughable. That old man thought that because he was a person of virtue and prestige in the outer city, Lin Ling would give him face. Unfortunately, no one would give him face today. It seems like you don't want to give Uncle Cha face. Then you should at least give me some face. Your Fire Ancient Clan's territory is all collected by me on behalf of the Cloud Sea Empire. Today, I only want to say one thing. Don't be impulsive. If there's anything, let Ancestor Tai Yen do it. Yes. At this moment, another middle-aged man walked out. This person's background was not small either. Whoosh. Lin Ling sneered. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of blue flame shot towards the middle-aged man. The flame immediately burned the middle-aged man's clothes. Who do you think you are? Yes. Lin Ling was too lazy to say anything else and directly attacked. You. The middle-aged man's face was extremely ugly. He kept extinguishing the flames on his body, but his beard was also burned away. He was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. He didn't expect that when he tried to mediate the relationship between the two sides, not only did he fail, but he was also directly slapped by Lin Ling. How domineering. Do you think that the outer city is your Lin clan? Young man. He wore a green robe and had a rather dignified expression. Such a domineering person at such a young age. I'm afraid he will become a demon in the future. Young Master Do, I'll take care of him for you. Young man. This person was the ancient Dead Tree Clan's genius, Sima Zhangtian. During the Cloud Sea Hunt, Lin Ling snatched the ancient Dead Tree Clan's summer demon Winter Stone Beast and caused him, Sima Zhangtian, to be punished by the ancestor. Today, new and old grudges could be considered settled together. Moreover, with young Master Do as his backer, what did he, Sima Zhangtian, have to fear? Kill him. Young man. Do-jun nodded coldly. He couldn't wait to cut Lin Ling into pieces. Beside him, Zhang Yixiao sneered. This situation of borrowing someone else's knife to kill was orchestrated by him. The current situation was as he imagined, and it was even developing faster than he imagined. At least, he didn't think that Lin Ling would dare to come to his door alone. Ancient Dead Tree Clan's genius, Sima Zhangtian, you're just a person with an undeserved reputation. You want to stand up for that trash? Lin Ling coldly stared at Sima Zhangtian. Even if he was alone and the other side had a large number of experts, he was still fearless. Today, even if the Cloud Sea King is here, as long as you don't hand over my people, I will still kill you. Bang! Boom! Lin Ling's body erupted with flames. The surging temperature caused the air in the hall to become illusory. Chapter 180. Killing a Heaven's Pride. As the genius of the Withered Wood ancient clan and one of the strongest geniuses in the outer city, Sima Zhangtian naturally lived up to his reputation. He possessed the 6th-rank spirit body, invisible dragon divine body, and was a 5-star martial spirit realm expert. In the 8 great ancient clans, there weren't many people who could fight against him. Evading dragon beating divine physique. According to legend, this kind of innate spiritual physique will eventually transform itself into the deity-beating whip. Zhang Yixiao said indifferently. As a prodigy of the same generation, he didn't dare to underestimate Sima Zhangtian. Invisible dragon slaying god. An angry shout resounded in the hall. Sima Zhangtian had disappeared without anyone noticing. Only a vine could be seen growing crazily from the ground. The vine was green in color, but it was rotating like a dragon. It emitted popping sounds and then like a whip, it lashed towards Lin Ling. God-beating whip. Even if it was a heavenly deity, it would still be whipped without exception. It was rumored that the martial artists who were struck by this whip would lose all of their cultivation. It was extremely strange. Smash him to pieces. Do Jun laughed coldly. Then, he picked up his wine cup and drank. In terms of strength, he was the weakest person present. However, in terms of status, all the experts present had to give him face. Invisible dragons slaying gods? You think you can fight? Lin Ling's face was indifferent as he looked at the whip that was flying towards him with a mysterious trajectory. Now that he had reached the 4-star martial spirit realm and had many trump cards, he no longer put the geniuses of the various ancient clans in his eyes. Fire dances in the sun. Lin Ling pulled out the Brilliance Resurgence sword with his right hand and a destructive flame rose from the blade. Lin Ling's body disappeared at the same time and only blue flames could be seen jumping around like fairies. It was incomparably dazzling. Whoosh! The flames slashed at the vine with an aura that could burn everything. In the next moment, the dragon-like vine was split in two, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the broken vine. How is that possible? Said a terrified voice. At the same time, Sima Zhangtian appeared, his face was filled with terror. Previously, he had wanted to use his innate spirit body to whip Lin Ling with his vines and cripple him. However, he did not expect Lin Ling's blue flames to be so tyrannical. His sword slashed towards his vines. Not only was it powerful, it also carried an indescribable mysterious power, explosion. That explosion directly exploded from the inside of his vine, causing it to be cut in half. This scene made him unable to believe his own eyes. Could it be that Lin Ling's innate spirit body was stronger than his? What he didn't know was that although Lin Ling's 9 nether heavenly flame seemed to be a 5th grade talent, it was actually a 6th grade talent. In addition, Lin Ling had swallowed the flaming pill, which increased the power of his blue flame by a bit. Sima Zhangtian was only a 5-star martial spirit realm cultivator. How could he block Lin Ling? Don't you know that fire restrains wood? In the hall, Lin Ling held the resurgence sword with a cold expression. Blue flames constantly appeared around his body, causing people to not dare to look directly at him. A genius of a generation is only so-so. You have the face to be arrogant in front of the fire ancient clan? Lin Ling took a step forward. The flames on the ground exploded, making him look as if he had walked out of magma. You! Sima Zhangtian's face turned pale. This was the first time he felt fear. Compared to when he was hunting in the Sea of Clouds, the current Lin Ling was obviously stronger. He wanted to say something, but at this moment, a sword light attacked, causing a sword mark to appear on his neck. The most terrifying thing was that there were flames burning on the sword mark. Sima Zhangtian wanted to say something, but a large amount of blood flowed out from his neck. He heard a cold voice in his ear, "Sima Zhangtian, if you want to flatter others, I won't stop you. However, if you step on me to flatter others, then you can only die." This sentence might be the last sentence that Sima Zhangtian heard in his life. Plop. His head fell off. A genius of the withered wood ancient clan, dead. Everything was as Lin Ling said. Sima Zhangtian wanted to flatter others, but he stepped on the wrong person. The surroundings suddenly became silent as they stared at the youth as if they were looking at a god of death. Fire restrains wood. Brother Sima is naturally not a match. Young Master Du, let me do it. My Imperial Water Clan can restrain fire with water. Zhang Yixiao walked out with a solemn expression. Clearly, he felt some pressure after Lin Ling easily killed Sima Zhangtian. Lin Ling was only 16 years old. If he was so strong at such a young age, it would be even harder to control him in the future. Therefore, this was also an opportunity. They had to kill Lin Ling before he grew up. Zhang Yixiao, a genius of a generation. However, you are only so-so. Lin Ling was fearless. He held his sword diagonally and walked forward step by step. That flame-like aura made everyone in the hall secretly admire him. Not to mention anything else, just this courage alone made all the geniuses of the 8 great ancient clans incomparable to him. Is that so? Let's see who's stronger. Zhang Yixiao opened his hands and his body became transparent as if he was formed by water. Behind him, the sound of waves sounded as if he had turned into the master of the sea. In the Imperial Water Clan, other than controlling ice, Zhang Yixiao was also very strong in water. Last time during the Cloud Sea Hunt, he and Lin Ling fought to a draw. However, at that time, it wasn't a real fight. Now, he could fight to his heart's content. Moreover, he could also kill Lin Ling with his full strength. Splash. Turbulent waves appeared. What was surprising was that this wave was earth-shattering, but it didn't affect Zhang Yixiao at all. Do Jun and the others couldn't sense the terrifying power at all. This also meant that Zhang Yixiao's control of water had reached the point of perfection. Dragon Tiger Strength. Dragon Tiger Strength. Lin Ling held his sword with both hands. His eyes were resolute as he looked forward. The flames on his body exploded with a boom and he disappeared from everyone's sight. Then, everyone saw a large number of firefly-like flames shooting over from afar. It was as if all the flames in the world were being attracted. At the center of the hall, a scorching sun appeared, making everyone's mouth dry up. Lin Ling seemed to have absorbed all the fire-type spiritual energy in the surroundings. Water restrains fire, but it depends on the situation of equal strength. However, when the fire is stronger than the water will be burned to nothing. The scorching sun gradually condensed and turned into a wisp of flame. Although the flame was small, no one dared to underestimate its temperature. 3,000 burning flames. Ice. A cold voice sounded in the hall. A wisp of flame floated out as if it came from outer space. Then let's see if your fire is stronger or my water is stronger. Ice. At the same time, on the other side, the crazy seawater also erupted and rushed towards Lin Ling. Boom. Fire and water collided in the hall. A terrifying shockwave swept out, destroying the entire hall. Do Jun and the others frantically retreated, their faces full of shock. Rumble. Water and fire were incompatible. When the two forces collided, a large amount of water and fire conflicted with each other and then disappeared. However, although water was strong and represented the sea, the power of fire was stronger by a bit. Just as Lin Ling said, if the power of water was the same as his fire, then it would be the fire that would lose. Chapter 181. Start a new era. Boom! With a loud explosion, all of the water was incinerated. The ground was covered in flames, and a figure stepped out of the flames. It was Lin Ling. A genius of the ancient race's Zhang clan? You're only so-so. Which other genius wants to go up? A cold voice filled with boundless tyranny rang out. Today, Lin Ling was looking down on the geniuses of the various ancient races. In the distance, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This Lin Ling was so strong. He was simply above the geniuses of this generation. As for Zhang Yixiao, he was lying on the ground with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Half of his body had been burned by the flames, and the flames were still burning. If no one came to save him, he would probably be burned to death. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about the pain in his body. He stared fixedly at Lin Ling's figure, his mind filled with incredulity. He had originally thought that his plan of getting someone else to do his dirty work was a good one. Not only would he allow the Fire Ancient clan to offend the Imperial Guard commander, he would also be able to use this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. But who would have known that Lin Ling's growth speed would be extremely terrifying? After the hunt ended, this young man who was younger than him had already surpassed him. Not only did Zhang Yixiao fail to defeat Lin Ling, he even died in Lin Ling's hands. Perhaps none of the geniuses of the various ancient clans were a match for this young man. Puff! With that thought in mind, Zhang Yixiao spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. He was on the verge of death. Where is Yu? Lin Ling walked forward step by step, his expression extremely indifferent. Don't be so arrogant. Do you know who I am? Do Jun's face was a bit pale. He hadn't expected Lin Ling to be so strong. None of the people around him could block Lin Ling. I know who you are, but what does that have to do with me? If you don't hand over Yu today, you'll die, even if you're King Cloud Sea. Lin Ling's voice was extremely low, spreading out like the wind. Whoever kills him will be heavily rewarded, Do Jun said to the people around him. However, the people around him were all silent. No one dared to speak up. Do Jun could only continuously retreat. Young Master Du, there's no need to worry. The Zhang clan and other ancient clans are definitely on their way. Lin Ling is just a junior. How could he possibly be a match for the patriarchs of the various clans? An old man comforted him. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's sword light attacked, burning him into nothingness. Moreover, he didn't see that far away from the Cloud Forest Villa, the ancient clan's Zhang family had indeed arrived. However, they were stopped by the Fire Ancient clan. The Zhang family's patriarch had made his move, but so had Patriarch Extreme Flame. His goal was to stop the Zhang family's patriarch. Ancestor Extreme Flame, are you crazy? Do you know who you have offended? Do you want your entire clan to be wiped out? In midair, the Zhang family's patriarch glared at Patriarch Extreme Flame and shouted angrily. You don't have to worry about that. Lin Ling is a member of the Fire Ancient clan. If he really offends someone, then our entire clan will be buried with him. Today, your Zhang family must not approach the Cloud Forest Villa. On the other side, a huge cloud of fire condensed into the head of Patriarch Extreme Flame. He shouted with a majestic aura. You're crazy. Let me tell you, if anything happens to young Master Du, then not only will your Fire Ancient clan be wiped out, even our 8 great ancient clans won't be able to escape punishment. I advise you to move out of the way immediately. Otherwise, our Zhang family will fight you to the death. The Zhang family's patriarch was fuming with anger. Let's fight to the death. Who's afraid of you? Patriarch Extreme Flame still refused to move out of the way. The two clans soon began to fight. The commotion caused by the battle shocked the entire outer city of the Cloud Sea City. Outside the city, all the forces received the news and were shocked. The Fire Ancient clan was simply crazy. They even dared to attack the son of the Imperial Guard commander. They were simply provoking the lion. What kind of person was the Imperial Guard commander? He was in charge of all the imperial guards in the entire Cloud Sea City. Who in the inner city didn't dare to give him face? However, no one would have expected that his son was currently in a life and death situation in the outer city. Furthermore, the other party was just a bloodline descendant of a small clan. This huge incident caused a commotion even among the four kings. Nonsense. Do they think that they can be arrogant just because they obtained first place in the Cloud Sea hunt? Pass down my orders. Kill the Fire Ancient clan. King Wang Hai of the Four Kings received the news and couldn't help but speak with rage. The Imperial Guard commander was a subordinate of the third prince. He had to give face to the third prince. Furthermore, it was currently a sensitive period where a new king was replacing the old king. Any small matter could cause a change in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Therefore, he didn't expect for an ant-like youth to actually break the seemingly peaceful situation. At the same time, the other three kings also sensed a change in heaven and earth. Interesting. They even dare to attack the son of the Imperial Guard commander. This situation is going to be fun. King Sima Jinshan couldn't help but laugh when he heard the news. My lord, should we stop them? One of the guards asked. There is no need for that. This is a time of change. It isn't good to make a move recklessly. Furthermore, even if we don't make a move, someone else will. According to my guess, King Wang Hai, who is closest to the Imperial Guard commander, will make a move. King Sima Jinshan said with confidence. On the other side, Sovereign King Li was also watching the fire burning across the river. He was extremely interested in the current situation, but he didn't make a move. He knew that this was a time of change, and all the major factions were extremely sensitive. This was related to their final stance. It was rumored that the Imperial Guard commander was a subordinate of one of the princes. If someone were to make a move to help, it would mean that he was a subordinate of that prince. Therefore, Sovereign King Li wouldn't stupidly make a move and cause the other princes to misunderstand and attract unnecessary trouble. King Sima Jinshan and Sovereign King Li's stances are still uncertain. They probably won't make a move, but King Wang Hai will definitely make a move. TSK. This junior, Lin Ling, really didn't disappoint me. On the other side, in a secluded bamboo forest, King Duan was seated in a pavilion and drinking tea. He smiled and muttered to himself. What does King Duan mean? Beside him, a scholarly middle-aged man smiled and asked. Lin Ling is just the fuse that broke the peace between the princes. However, since King Wang Hai has made a move, my Duan residence has to help. Pass down my orders. Stop all of King Wang Hai's men outside the Cloud Forest Manor. Let Lin Ling decide everything. King Duan waved his hand and said. He and King Wang Hai were obviously not on good terms. Since the other party had made a move, he had to stir up trouble. Moreover, he wouldn't step forward to help Lin Ling or Do Jun. Similarly, he wouldn't reveal his stance. King Duan's move is brilliant. The scholarly middle-aged man nodded and smiled. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know that his actions had caused a change in the various factions in Cloud Sea City. It was as if a new era had begun because of him. Right now, he only wanted to take back his family. If you don't hand over Yu, it's useless no matter where you run. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.